Everybody's done budget. The CARES Act stuff, budget. I mean, I don't blame departments. But we walk in direct back from COVID and then kind of go there. So everybody's making up their negotiations. My law. Everybody's done budget. The health department should have the CARES Act. That they don't have. She will not. They don't have. We could read it. No. She works hard. She does her homework.
Hi.
Come on in.
I'm in the right place. So.
Can we call tomorrow?
All right, I think we're on.
It is now 6:33 and we are out of closed executive session. At this time, we will reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Education with the pledge of allegiance.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
6:33 and we are out of closed executive session. At this time, we will
Mr. Booker.
regular meeting.
Mr. Herrera.
Here.
Mrs. Howe. Ms. Mayville. Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Here.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Here.
Mr. Zicker.
Are there any items on the agenda any members of the board would like to amend or move? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda of the regular meeting of the Board of Education on September 20th, 2021 as presented? Member Whitcomb made the motion and Member Zickert seconded the motion to approve the agenda of the regular meeting of the Board of Education on September 20th, 2021 as presented. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mr. Zicker.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mrs. Howe. Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Would any member like to request to have items? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. At this time, members of the public and employees of District 100 who submit comments via email will be read, and those attending in person may make public comments. Per board policy 2230, the board must allow a minimum of 30 minutes of public comment and a 20-minute minimum total length of time for any one subject. If we reach 30 minutes on any given topic this evening, I may request an end to public comment. In order to give the maximum number of people an opportunity to speak, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. All comments provided to the Board of Education via email prior to the meeting will be read first. We do not have any of those. So first up would be Ryan Curry, speaking on a matter of education plan for quarantined children.
Good evening. I'm sure you're probably annoyed by seeing me, but I have concerns. Dr. Wiesman, I've gotten about 12 messages that were emails submitted to you over their children being quarantined and what kind of plan you have for those children to be taught. My child, I want you to guess how many days my fourth grader has been in school this year. By October 1st, 5 days. She's been in class for 5 days. And you guys have voted to do absolutely nothing to teach children on quarantine except push a lesson plan that our teachers are give homework. It's absolutely pathetic. You had a year of this last year and you presented nothing. How many kids like that are sitting at home with parents that can't be at home to help them teach? And what are you doing about it? Dr. Wiesman, every one of your messages focuses on in-person learning. They're not in person. Those aren't your only students. Yet the only people you seem to care about through your messaging is in-person learning. You're wrong. You also went as far to encourage these parents to send their kids to private schools. You remember that? So you're leading District 100, right? And you're encouraging families who are fed up because you didn't develop a plan to teach your children at home to go to another district or to private school. That's not what you get paid for. That's not why any of you guys were voted in here. A fourth grader in class for 5 days all year, and you have zero instruction for them. You are failing them. Your focus shouldn't be on in-person learning only. It should be on every student in this district, and they should have your attention. So I would appreciate a game plan. I'd appreciate you to do something. This is month 1. Do you think it's going to get better? It's not. Develop a plan, help them out. They need it. They're not your only students. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Next, we have Dakota Pop. Speaking against masking and against use of pronouns.
Those are my issues. First day of school, I had a teacher ask kids, my boy, what pronouns they wanted to be called by. I don't agree with it, especially in junior high. If they're going through changes, going through puberty, they're going to be confused themselves. The teacher has a roll call sheet with their names on it. Why can't they do what they do? Call them by the name. They don't need to ask what pronouns you can go by. That's too confusing. That will confuse the kid even more. I think it's just a seed they're putting in the kid's head to confuse them. I don't agree with it. I called up the principal, asked him, told him about it. He told me I should be looking for a private school. That just irritated me. Second is the masks. My boy just came home just last week. He had one teacher told him, if you don't wear a mask, it's like somebody's pointing a gun at it. I go, he did not say that. And then so, he goes, yeah. I go, that's not right. Are we trying to scare these kids? These teachers are doing a hell of a job. So I do not agree with this mask thing. There's a bunch of studies saying, the studies come back, these masks do not stop the spread of this virus, or they came back inconclusive. So I do not think these masks work. I think you guys need to fight this. I know there's 3 school districts that fought against Illinois. 1, they don't have to wear masks at school. Some are the ones in Carroll County, some in Bethlehem. I think we need leaders to step up, lead us. Okay, I'm just asking you guys, step up.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. And Gary Walter. Gary Walter.
I'm sorry, couldn't
No,
hear
that's
through
okay,
your
sorry.
mask.
Speaking on sex education and critical race theory.
First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come before the school board. I'm here to gather information on 2 controversial subjects. The first one is on sex education. I want to know what kind of sex education is being taught in the school district. What grade does it start with? What are the topics? Specific topics? Number 2, is critical race theory taught in the school system, in this district? What grade does it start with? What specific topics do they cover? I would like to read all the material and the books that they are teaching from. So how, I'm asking them a question, how do I go about doing this? Can somebody help me? I'm sure if they were your kids, you'd want to know.
Yeah, so generally, public comment is not designed to be a back and forth. So I did write down your questions, and if you have contact information for us, then I can get it right now just after. If you don't have anything else to say, then I'm happy to follow up with you
You are.
afterwards and get all that information. I've been answering multiple requests like that over the last 2 or 3 months, so happy to do that for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Before I go, I'll give you that information.
Ms. Walker.
It's still here, but I'm gone.
Do we have any other public comments at this time? At this time, we'll have a public hearing regarding District 100's final 2021-2022 budget. Anyone wishing to address the Board of Budget may do so at this time. Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed, and we will move on to student council comments. Up first, we have Abigail Beaskey from Belvedere North High School.
Hi, everybody. Glad to be back. It's been a while. So I'm just going to share comments from principals on the different schools that in Belvedere North. From Lincoln, they said we had a great back to school night with most families attending to meet their teachers, get home materials from the title team for reading math, and drop off school supplies. They're off to a great start, and their students are very excited to be back to in-person school. Seth Whitman said they've been busy getting back into the swing of things. They've been spending time listening for the first 20 days, which is time set aside for students to learn routines, expectations, and to build their stamina for learning. And they said it's been great to see all kids back in school following the routines of the smiling face. Caledonia, their first week of school was fantastic. They are learning new procedures and routines, rocking their masks, and love going back to specials. Teachers are doing many get-to-know-you activities and learning all about their new students back. At Central Middle School, cross-country, soccer, football, volleyball, cheer, and ponds are all back in full swing. Their students participated in the PBIS kickoff for the first few days of school. They spent homecoming week, September 15th through 17th, doing fun activities with their students. And 6 to 8 students participated in math testing in the first week of September. And at Bellevue North, they reported their highest AP test pass rate ever for Bellevue North at 49% in spring of 2021. The girls volleyball team is undefeated and ranked #1 in the state. Band camp was very successful where they're learning multiple songs by Queen. We planned a very awesome homecoming week through student council. Students have done an awesome job being back in the building wearing their masks, and a Fine Arts Hall of Fame has been created just off the cafeteria that recognizes all of their musicians who have earned state and national honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Next is Naomi Castro from Belvedere High School. And nice, pronounce your name right?
Naomi Castro, yep, we got it. So hi, everyone, I'm Naomi Castro. I'm the president of student council in my high school. So I just have a couple board updates for you guys. So Meehan Elementary School, Meehan has started their year with an ABC calendar, which includes days like A is for awesome, F is for friends, and K is for kindness. We do this for the first 26 days of the year to engage students in school and build their character traits up. Our school supply drop-off had a great turnout, and we thank our PTO for providing ice cream for our families. Washington Academy. Washington Academy is super excited to have students back in the building and to have PE in session for the first time in 10 years. Our students have done a terrific job in their classrooms by practicing their morning meeting routines and working through their first 20-day plans where we establish routines and expectations for the school year. Students are in for a treat this year with many project-based learning opportunities, and please follow our Facebook page for updates throughout the year. South Middle School, the first 20 days. Like the rest of B100, we are currently focusing on rebuilding connections with students and rehearsing school procedures for the first 20 days of school. Students have heard consistent messages regarding expectations and are participating in relationship building activities such as circles and get to know you activities during advisory as well as during class time. Sports and activities. BSMS sports and activities are in full view. Volleyball, football, soccer, cross country, and cheer have already started. Drama Club, National Junior Honor Society, and POMS will be starting in the next week or two. It is really great that the students have such a varied option to participate in after-school activities. Empower. This year, BSMS students will be using Empower to keep track of their progress. We are teaching students how to access the materials and will be sending parent logins this week. We are excited about the clarity of this new tool that will bring us our weekly goal setting with students. Success Maker. BSMS students will begin using Success Maker this week to help bridge gaps and extend learning. We are excited to see the result of this new K-8 initiative. Belvedere High School. BHS was excited to welcome back students on August 26th. We had balloon arches and raffle drawings over the following weeks. We had class assemblies to review expectations, routines, and support structures. Later this month is homecoming week, September 20th through 25th. Student Council is planning fun activities for the students and the community, including powder puff, a parade, and an outdoor movie. In addition, the FFA Dairy Cattle Evaluation Team placed second in section 6 dairy cattle evaluation contest. Also, for the first time in Belvedere FFA history, Allison Aves was selected as a national delegate, which means she will be representing the state of Illinois on behalf of Illinois FFA to elect the next national officer team as at the national convention.
Thank you, Naomi. At this time, I would like to have an introduction of the new District 100 administrators.
So if Mr. Nelson and Mr. Miller could stand up. And we'll let them go. You can come up a little bit closer than people can see. And just briefly introduce yourself, tell us who you are and where you're working. We appreciate you coming in so the board can see your face. If you introduce yourself, it gives you an excuse to take your mask off so they can recognize you.
So I guess we'll do age before beauty. So I'm Andrew Nelson. I am the new dean at Central Middle School.
Andrew?
I'm Andrew Miller. I'm the new dean at Belvedere North High School.
Well, thank you very much, both of you, for coming by. Usually, like in normal times, we have to come around and shake everybody's hand, but we're just gonna do the distance. You guys are free to get home to your families.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. It is our pleasure this evening to have Attorney Terry Engler from Engler Callaway Bastian Braga LLC in Oak Brook. She is going to be joining us this evening to give us an overview on school district obligations under federal and state laws and regulations. And at this point, we're going to turn the floor over to Attorney Engler.
It's good to see you and thank you for having me out.
It's coming into focus.
Let's start with a personal introduction. I've had the great honor and pleasure of working in the district for several decades, but it's very rare that your district special ed attorney actually attends board meetings because we tend to only come if there's pending litigation that the board needs to know about or weigh in on. So it's been an awful long time since I've had a chance to say directly, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's not something that we take lightly and we appreciate it greatly. And worked with a few superintendents and directors of special education and a lot of the staff at your buildings. I worked with Megan. So number of people in your district. So it feels like home to me, even though I'm a pure stranger to you. So thank you for the opportunity to also talk about a topic that's near and dear to my heart. My law firm, like a handful of others around the state, does nothing but represent Illinois public school districts and special ed cooperatives. My particular area of our practice has been in the area of special education and disability law since a really long time. I'll just tell you, since the 1980s. So I've been at this for a very, very long time. And I've seen these school district obligations and board compliance issues change over time as well. But I'm happy to overview them for you and maybe answer any questions you have going forward. Sure. Okay. Okay.
If you're comfortable, I think it'll just help us be able to.
No problem at all. I've been
Okay.
invited to many schools for institute days and board meetings lately, and everybody has preferred that I keep it on, so I'm happy to have it on. Yeah, I did a long webinar this afternoon with it on actually. Okay, so if you take what has been now your decades and decades of federal law with its state law counterpart, and you distill all these pages and pages and pages of law and regulations into overarching obligations that are imposed on public school districts under our IDEA is the acronym, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. It's our federal law. Back in the day, it was called Public Law 94-142. And then our state law counterpart is actually Article 14 of the Illinois School Code, and it's got a set of implementing regulations. So we're literally talking about dozens and dozens and dozens of single space pages about the obligations that your school board has here in Belvedere to children with known or suspected disabilities. And if I could take all of those, I would basically divide them into three overarching obligations. So number one, there is a so-called child find obligation, where we seek out and find children with known or suspected disabilities. And there's a whole process for that. Then once we find children with disabilities who are eligible for special education and related services, we offer them, and we are obligated to actually make good on our offer by providing them what's called a FAPE, a free and appropriate public education in the LRE, the least restrictive environment. I've been saying for years that in education, you folks use more acronyms per square inch than any other profession I know, even my own. And then in special ed, it's even more concentrated with acronyms. So the next obligation is FAPE in the LRE. And then there's, throughout the process, a system of procedural safeguards that are afforded to parents of children with known or suspected disabilities and their children, their procedural rights and processes, the right to participate in decision-making and the like. So those are the three areas. I would tell you that for all of these, in terms of the procedural side, the process side, it's very black and white. It's very prescriptive. You have X number of days to do this. You have X number of days to do that. Parents are entitled to this. Parents are entitled to that. There's a really very prescribed process, and that is kind of easy to determine compliance. What's trickier is the substantive compliance, right? The content of it, because everything in special ed land is kind of, lawyers' favorite answer, it depends. Everything you do in terms of how soon is soon enough to refer a child for intervention? How soon is soon enough for a child in intervention? Is it before you initiate an evaluation or a reevaluation? What really is a FAPE, a proper IEP and placement for any given child? And that's always very gray area because it is so child specific, so individualized. In terms of that child find obligation, I'm not trying to do a semester of special ed law 101, but just to give you a sense of the depth and the breadth of the kind of obligations that are imposed on your district. Under child find, which is its overarching name for what's really a three-part process. So under child find, this is where we seek out and find children with known or suspected disabilities who may be in need of special education services. So the first part is the identification part. And there are a series of things I'll show you in just a moment that districts, including yours, have to do both at the building level, the district office level, out in the community and the like, to find children who may have qualifying disabilities and may be in need of special education services. And then once we find children, assuming we do it thoroughly and competently, once we find children who may be in need of special ed services, we have to conduct evaluations. In the day, when I was a much younger lawyer, we called those case study evaluations. And now we call them FIEs, full and individual evaluations. And then once the evaluation is completed, we determine, based on the evaluation data and other information, if any particular child has one of the 14 qualifying areas of disability, and if it does, if it adversely affects educational performance, and if the child needs special education and related services as a result. So there are very specific timelines that apply once step one on identification is in play. You begin to notice either a parent may make a referral for an evaluation, your building level staff may see that after classroom supports, a child is just not developing at an expected pace. Once a referral for an evaluation is made, there are very specific timelines about when the team needs to meet with the parents to design the evaluation, what has to go into that process, how many days you have to complete the evaluation, reconvene the team to determine eligibility. So there's process-wise a lot of black and white steps. But this is your overarching obligation in this area. And then just to give you a sense of how complex this all is, just at the identification level at all, right? Just at the very beginning of looking out and finding children who could have qualifying disabilities, who could need special ed services. There's a series of procedures, and this is kind of a non-exhaustive list of the things that at the district office level and at the building level, You're no longer part of Boone County Co-op in the day. I also work with you and the co-op. Sometimes districts rely on their cooperatives to support this so-called identification process. So there's a number of pieces to it. We do annual screenings. This last one, ongoing review of each child's performance and progress. That's what I describe as the building level process. Every public school in Illinois is required to have a building problem-solving team. Districts call it different things. It might be the PST, it might be called a child review team. I've seen it called a lot of different things. But if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. You've got to have this building level team where the team meets regularly and they talk about children who are either struggling learners, kids are struggling with maybe behavior, communication, social, emotional skills, and troubleshoot how are we going to address that in a way that provides appropriate intervention, lets us look at whether or not this might be a child with a disability, or is this a child that just needs some support that's differentiated before we move on to the next level and start an evaluation. And then there has to be ongoing coordination with the what we call the EI programs, the early intervention programs, also funded under our federal law, and then through the state for children birth through 2 years of age who have qualifying disabilities. And that's determined a little differently. Believe it or not, you also have to coordinate and consult with the private schools located within the geographic boundaries of your district. So that was added to these requirements several years ago with the last reauthorization. Even as long as these kids are actually in schools within your geographic boundaries, regardless of whether they're even residents of Belvedere, if there's a reason to suspect that children attending these schools may have qualifying disabilities, it's your district, not necessarily the district of residence, that can be responsible for fulfilling these child find obligations. And then developing and notifying all concerned persons about your referral process. How do you do that? Well, parent-student handbook is one way, notices out in the community, training to your general education staff, just so that they know, how do I make a referral if I have a struggling student in my class, either academically or functionally or both? How does the process work? What data, what other records or information should I provide? Then we have a unique one that has been raised in your district many times, in most districts that I work with around the state. For years, there has been lobbying around creating a separate and distinct, a freestanding category of disability only for children with, we call them the 3Ds, dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. Okay, now these children may well fall under the auspices of specific learning disability. Neither Congress nor our Illinois General Assembly has agreed to actually add dyslexia as a separate distinct disability category. But what Illinois did do with a change to the school code and later the State Board of Education rules was to say if a child is identified as being dyslexic by anyone, it might be a private evaluator, it might be a child's physician, it might be a reading tutor. If a child is identified by anybody within or outside of your system, but typically it's outside, as having dyslexia, that child must be referred for an evaluation in your district. So that's kind of a special area referral process that's a little piece of your broader child find obligation here in the district. So that's step one, the identification piece of child find. And then as I mentioned, the next part is getting together to design a full and individual evaluation. Sometimes it's known as the domain process, because there's a form that we use based on federal and state law that is called a domain and consent form, where the school personnel and the family sit down. They talk about what we already know about the child, what existing information do we have, and then what additional data or other information do we need to gather in a number of different categories. And you'll see it's for multiple purposes, and that's the thing about evaluations. The domain process has to be done correctly and specifically so that the net is cast broadly enough so you're sure not only that you're ruling in or ruling out any potential disability areas, and there could be more than one, But if that child is IDEA eligible, what are their present levels of educational performance and needs? How does the disability adversely affect educational or functional performance? What supports might the child need? Including that last one, which I've always found very interesting. When you're doing an initial evaluation, you don't even know if the team will ultimately decide if that child is eligible for special education services. But when your teams with the parents are designing those evaluations, they have to say, what information or data should we gather so that if Terry ends up being determined to have a learning disability or traumatic brain disorder or an emotional disability, whatever it may be, what, if any, accommodations or modifications or supports would be necessary to allow that student to be involved and progress in the general curriculum. So even from the very early point where you're evaluating and you don't even know if a child is eligible for special ed services, your teams are required to gather information that will help them down the line look for ways to successfully include those children in the general ed curriculum and the general ed environment. And I will tell you, I've had lots of conversations with your teams over the years in various buildings and over various administrators. And it's very easy for even the most experienced staff, sometimes mostly the most experienced staff, to have kind of a set idea of what this is what we do and this is how we do it. And these are the evaluation tools we use. When here, like with every other aspect of IDEA compliance issues, you need to be entirely individualized, right? So it really depends on the student, the deficits they're showing or the struggles they're showing at school that leads you to this comprehensive FIE, full of individual evaluation. This is just a handful. I wanted you to see a number of things that are in the regulations, both federal and state, about the evaluation requirements. There's a myriad of them. Again, this is just a few, but I wanted you to see, especially this first two, we have to use a variety of assessment tools and strategies, and no single measure or assessment is ever enough to qualify a child for special education services. And that can be very hard for your teams to explain to parents. They may have a doctor's note or a private evaluation report that say, you know, Terry has dyslexia, is eligible for special education, or they get an expanded, you know, psychoeducational evaluation report from an outside provider. And they can become very upset when a school doesn't simply adopt that information, determine eligibility, and start writing an IEP. Well, these are just a few of the legal reasons why your teams can't do that. They review and consider that information, but that's just part of a much broader process of gathering data and other relevant information to determine a child's special ed eligibility and their needs. And this is just the legal version of my explanation about how when your teams design initial evaluations, reevaluations, or supplemental testing in between, they've got to cast that net broad enough so that they're really sure what they're looking at. Is this a child with an emotional disturbance? Or is this a child with other health impairment because of ADHD and some of the impulsivity or the hyperactivity that goes with that? Is this a child who's really got a learning disability? Or is what we're seeing really other health impairment because she's got so many seasonal allergies? She checks out a lot of the time of the school year because of some of the impact of either the allergies or the medication for the allergies or both. That's what evaluations are all about. And that's a significant obligation right there. And then we have special rules, just so you are aware of determining a particular disability category, and that's SLD, specific disability. I only show you this just to explain the context in which your district commitment to using RTI, response to intervention processes, is not only state of the art, it's required. When we are looking to see if a child has or still has a specific learning disability. Your school system is required to, as part of the process, collect and consider so-called RTI data so that you can really tease out, are we sure this is specific learning disability? Or are we thinking that this is about a child who's just learning differently, who needs differentiated instruction or some other kind of support? So if you ever wondered where your RTI process comes in, you can use MTSS in other non-academic areas, right? For behavior or for communication skills, for adaptive functioning skills. Most school systems do that as well. But that RTI piece that focuses on academics is actually the only one that's legally required as opposed to optional. And that is specifically so that at some point we know if this child should be referred and considered for possible specific learning disability-based IEP services. And then I just wanted to see you with the rules about reevaluation of children with disabilities. The bare minimum is at least every 3 years, unless the district and the parents agree that no testing is needed after that time. You have to be really careful about that. As elaborate and expensive as the process of good eval and re-eval is, it can really put a district at risk if you don't have data after every 3 years to support where the child is currently functioning. It's very hard to show what not only current needs are with any level of specificity, but have we seen growth over the last 3 years or not? Because that's what you're responsible, right? FAPE is showing not just that you've offered a program that was appropriate, but that it was, and that you implemented it, and that the child made expected growth as a result. So looking at IEP progress reports is great, but reevaluation is equally important. There's a 3-step process for determining whether children are going to be entitled to IEPs. I show you this only, I know you're gonna have the IEP teams in your schools, but I show you this because a lot of times parents have a hard time, and even our school staff have a hard time understanding if the child's got a disability, if the child has an emotional or mental health issue, if a child has an autism spectrum disorder, if a child has a speech and language impairment. Why don't we just make, once we decide that or that's diagnosed, why don't we write an IEP? Well, because the law requires a 3-part determination, and part of those evaluations and reevaluations require us to gather information that will help your teams answer all 3 of those questions. So the child has to fall into at least one of the 14 recognized categories of disability. If they do, the next question is whether that disability adversely affects educational performance. And in our state, based on what our hearing officers have to say, that's not just academics, it's not just passing grades or passing from grade to grade. It also includes their functional performance, right? Their social, emotional, adaptive skills, and the like, communication skills. So we look at that broadly when we look at adverse effect on educational performance. If the answer to that is yes, the last question is, does the child need special ed and related services as a result? So with the exception of speech and language impaired children who only need speech services, which you would ordinarily think of as a related service, that's why you may have children who have impairments or disabilities, and that may impact them at school. But if all the child needs is some PT, physical therapy support, or occupational therapy support, or some other standalone related service, they're not going to be eligible for an IEP. So that's a 3-part process, and both our staff can be disappointed when we try to explain this to them, and often parents can feel that way as well. But that's what the law has always required. So second overarching obligation, the FAPE and the LRE obligation. Once we find them or identify children, we evaluate them, we go through the process of eligibility determination, we write an IEP. The IEP is your district's documentation of its offer of a FAPE to any given child with a disability, okay? And there's a lot of requirements that apply to this. So I will just tell you that it's at that point we write the IEP, and there's a so-called 4 corners rule in the law. So your district lives or dies by what's in the 4 corners of that document. If the parent disagrees with something you have included, or disagrees with something you have not agreed to include, or disagrees with the level of service or the placement or anything else. If there's a complaint filed, what everybody's gonna look at, be it the state of Illinois hearing officer or the State Board of Education on the state complaint, what they're gonna look at is what's in the four corners of the document, not what you could have done or meant to do or would have done if you only knew the parent was requesting it or wanted it. We have to make sure that everything a child needs in order to receive a FAPE is in fact encompassed in that IEP. And then there's a lot of very specific, I mean, a myriad of requirements about what has to be done and what has to be included in an IEP, individualized education program document. The process by which you review it periodically, this is all with the parents of the child, and the process for which you revise it, very expensive and very complex. And I will say, in a unit district, it can be really tricky. I mean, your administration really has a lot of buildings to cover and a lot of teams to cover. And a lot of times it really requires some honing in and oversight to ensure that steps are followed, that we talk about these things in the proper way, that we document them, and that all decisions are data driven and supported by the data. Here's just, I'm just gonna fly through. This is just a long list of the things that districts have to evaluate for, gather data for, and document as they start the process of IEP development for any given child. We do take a look at the second item. This is actually in the order in which this appears in the law. We do have to consider the concerns of the parents for enhancing the student's education. And that's a really critical piece, right? Because we know the parents are equal members of the IEP team. And one of the things that is a big compliance issue is a lot of times schools will ask parents or teams will ask parents to give their parent concern input, but then you don't see anywhere in the IEP that was actually discussed and addressed by the team. Well, the parent may have no concerns, or the parent may say, I think the math program has been going great, but I'm worried that my child's progress in reading and language arts is still really delayed. The rest of the document somewhere needs to show that the team addressed that concern. So that's not just kind of a throwaway item, it's kind of a critical part of IEP team development, and it gives you a sense of the level of partnering that's expected between parents of children with disabilities and your school personnel. We look at evaluation results, we look at the child's needs across the board, academic, developmental, and functional. This is stemming from the disability, that is. For any child, regardless of their disability classification, for every meeting we ever have with the IEP team, we ask, does this student demonstrate behavior that impedes learning of self or others? And if the answer is yes, the team has to address that in the IEP and with specificity. We talk about any special needs that a child whose LEP may have, limited English proficient. We have special needs that we consider for children who are blind or visually impaired, children with communication needs. And we always have to ask at every IEP meeting whether the child needs assistive technology, devices, or services as in order to receive a FAPE. And it's defined very, very broadly. Assistive technology services can also be assistive technology evaluations or augmentative communication evaluations. And assistive technology devices can be very high tech, but it can be very low tech as well. And the team is supposed to consider that. And if the answer is to any of those questions, yes, there's a need, we have to show that the need was addressed specifically in the IEP. So those kind of compliance pieces are really critical. Sometimes teams identify, yes, there's a need, and then I can't find where it's addressed, or Teresa can't find where it's explicitly addressed in the IEP. So that's one thing we look at. You probably, or maybe you're aware, maybe not. About 15 years ago, a parent of a young woman with an autism spectrum disorder, who's actually a parent in a district that I worked in, and I was involved in his daughter's case from very early on. He became a board member eventually. It was a really long and fantastic relationship. he was instrumental in getting that lobbying done that requires insurance carriers in Illinois to cover services, specialized services like applied behavior analysis, special therapy for children with autism. He also got this added to the school code. So this is unique to our school code. And for any child who's got an autism diagnosis, there are 7 additional needs that are typical of children on the spectrum that our team also needs to evaluate for and then discuss and document in the IEP. So there's 7 more just for any child with that particular medical diagnosis. And then we start writing the IEP. Once we look at all those needs, we have goals and objectives and present levels. We have to do periodic IEP goal reporting. We have to talk about supplementary aids and services that will be provided to the child in the gen ed setting in particular, that will help the child meet IEP goals and help that child really make progress in the general curriculum, both academic and non-academic. The idea being, what do we need to do to support this child so that on a day-to-day basis, to the maximum extent appropriate, not possible, to the maximum extent appropriate, that child can be educated and participate with same age, same grade, non-disabled peers. And then for kids who demonstrate behavior that impedes learning of self or others, one approach a district can take, which is a more formal approach, is to initiate what's called a functional behavior assessment, an FBA, which is a real deep dive analysis of what do those behaviors tell us? In what settings do they occur? What triggers them? What interventions have been tried unsuccessfully? What interventions have been tried more successfully? How might we, shape that behavior up going forward based on building on what is successful? And once we do that, for a child with problematic behavior, we have to write these complex BIPs, behavior intervention plans, so that we can really have a very targeted, research-based approach to dealing with the child's problematic behaviors or behavioral dysregulation, and for communicating that information to try to coordinate with families so that we are consistent in approaches to the extent that that's possible between home and school. Then for kids who are 13 and a half in one day or older, right? If you're writing or revising an IEP that will be in effect when the student turns 14 and a half and every year after that, now your school system has what I always say is 2 jobs for the price of 1. You have an obligation to educate a child and get them through your high school curriculum, right? Like you would any other child, and get them ready for post-secondary life. But you also have an obligation to do this deeper dive transition planning so that you are helping them move in the direction and more successfully be in a position to achieve their post-secondary goals in the areas of education or training, of post-secondary employment, and in the areas of independent living skills. And there's a process for that, including age-appropriate transition assessments. We write transition goals. There's actually a 2-page plan that lays out all of this post-secondary transition planning. So that's an added requirement and a really significant one. I will tell you, I've seen trends in special ed due process state complaints and litigation over the last 40 years. This one is really one that we see year in, year out, because I think you're aware, national research shows the outcomes are still not as good as we'd like them to be for children with disabilities once they leave public school systems and they get into post-secondary life. And that's really designed to help improve those outcomes, not just get them out of high school, but to improve those transitions to the post-secondary world. And that's the point at which your teams get to be placement decisions, right? So it's all those other things that I just kind of outlined super quickly that drive your discussions and decisions in your teams about the most appropriate and least restrictive placement in which the child can be educated. And that's the phrase, appropriate, according to the words of the federal court in our jurisdiction here in the 7th Circuit, comes first, and then comes least restrictive, right? So we focus on what's appropriate. I wanted you to see just some of the key provisions under federal and state law about this. And I want to show you the first one, especially because it appears first in both federal and state law. And what it does is articulate what I call a rebuttable presumption. The presumption is when your teams start discussion of placement for any child with any disability, no matter how complex or severe, no matter where they're currently placed, you always have to start with a presumption. This IEP will be implemented in the same school the child would attend, at the same grade level, in the same gen ed schedule as that student would have if he or she didn't have a disability, with pushed in services or supports, unless, and here's the rebuttable part of that presumption, unless the team can articulate why that can't be done successfully and what data or other information do you have to show that. So there is a presumption in favor of least restrictive environment. And I think a problem our teams often have, especially the gen ed members of our team, sometimes unions as well. I think there's a misconception that if you try classroom-based interventions before referring a child for a special educational evaluation, maybe an IEP, by the time the child is determined eligible and they get an IEP, they must need to be in some special ed class somewhere, not in gen ed anymore, or not in gen ed as much. And I just want you to see that's really not what the law requires or the law intends at all. Really, the law requires that we look at how can we support that student in a gen ed environment, and if it can't be done, why not? Why not? Only then can we consider more restrictive placement options. So again, the message is hard to sell sometimes to the building level folks that special education is a service, it's not a place, it's not a class. So just because a child is eligible for special ed doesn't mean they go out to a resource class necessarily, or an instructional or self-contained class, to a day school, et cetera, et cetera. Kids with disabilities, when we look at placement, are all entitled to participate if they're qualified in your other district programs. So that could be bilingual, it could be career or tech ed, it could be gifted, it could be Title I programs. In the day, much earlier on when the law was passed, there was a misconception that you couldn't be in both. If you had an IEP, then you couldn't participate in any of the other district's programs, especially if they had any federal funding attached. That's not true, and our state law reminds our staff of that. And I just wanted you to see this. This is from a guidance document. It's one of many from the U.S. Department of Education's OSEP, Office of Special Ed Programs. It's an internal office at the Department of Ed. And it's just a really important reminder about placement. We just can't be making categorical decisions. We cannot say all kids with learning disabilities need to be in a resource program to work on their academic skills. It's just not true. Or all kids with moderate or severe disabilities or deficits need to be in X kind of program, more restrictive or some such thing. And we fit programs to kids, not kids to existing programs, right? And that's the whole point of that the individualized part of an IEP. And that's really critical. I think a lot of times, again, there's a sort of a misconception. If you've got ED and we've tried to address your behaviors with positive behavior interventions in gen ed, well, if you've got an IEP in a BIP, you're going to be in the ED self-contained classroom. Not necessarily. That's just not the case. And then this is the LRE, the least restrictive environment mandate. I showed you the placement rules first because they appear first in the law for a reason. So we start with what's appropriate. And then when it comes to least restrictive environment, we look to include children in gen ed, academic, non-academic, and extracurriculars to the maximum extent appropriate, not possible, but appropriate. And that means with appropriate supports. And then we're back to my rebuttable presumption that we don't put children with disabilities in separate classes, schools, or otherwise remove them from gen ed only unless their needs cannot be met satisfactorily. We cannot support them with services, supports, and so-called SAS, supplementary aids and services, in a less restrictive environment. And just a reminder, and I know I've tried to explain that sometimes to some of your gen ed staff, it's not uncommon, I do that everywhere I go, but a lot of times I think gen ed teachers pour their heart and soul into working with children with special needs. And so by the time a child is determined to be eligible, if they remain in the gen ed class, sometimes it might be with even more IEP directed services or supports. And sometimes you get a, boy, I can't do any more than I'm already doing. Just because a child needs some or a lot of modifications or accommodations in gen ed is never supposed to be the reason why we place a child more restrictively outside of a gen ed classroom. And then IEPs have to have provisions about children who might need services beyond the regular school year. We call those ESY, or extended school year services. Again, this is supposed to be based on that an IEP. It's individualized to meet student needs. So it's great that your district may offer what a 5-week program, 4 days a week from 8 to 11 a.m. But there may be some children who need 11 weeks, or they need a full day, or they need something different. Just like during the regular school year, all those services tend to be more, and resources tend to be more limited during the summer period. It may be we have to plan for more or different for a child. And then circling back to compliance, just a reminder, an IEP is a legally binding document, and your school system has a mandatory obligation, a strict obligation to implement every nook and cranny of it with fidelity. And teachers don't get to pick and choose, and service providers don't get to pick and choose, and the student and the parents don't get to pick and choose. I just don't want that accommodation today. I don't want this. If the team says the child needs instruction, related services, or supplementary aids and services, accommodations, modifications, whatever, those have to be delivered as written in the IEP. And there's a whole body of case law about districts that right after all these things I've described, these pitch perfect IEPs that address every single aspect of a child's needs, stemming directly or indirectly from their disability, and then somebody drops the ball. Often it's completely unintentionally, and they just don't fully implement. And that can come back and haunt the district in terms of violation of the child's right to faith as well. I mentioned earlier the third overarching obligation is a whole series, a system of procedural safeguards to protect the rights of parents of children with disabilities and to protect the children themselves. There's a long list of these rights. I'm not going to go through it. Frankly, any given day you can take a look at the parents' rights document that's published by the State Board of Education, and that we give to families once a year and then sometimes more frequently. And it gives you a much longer list. But there's a number of things. This is very black and white, as I mentioned at the beginning. This is all process. These are very rigid rules, and they apply no matter what. So there's no room for error in this or individualization. This applies across the board, no matter who the child is and who the parents are. So you've got your list there. Now, that said, also, you're probably aware as board members, we can apply generally the rules of discipline for misconduct that we do for all children or non-disabled children to children with disabilities as well. There are, however, some special rules and special limitations that apply once you exceed 10 days of removal, disciplinary removal of a child with a disability for misconduct during the school year. So there's a whole scheme about that. That's a whole training day by itself. And then we have some specific timelines that apply as part of those procedural safeguards. I mean, I've had parents ask and really be, very distressed about the reality. If you give me consent to an individual evaluation on September 1st, you may feel so strongly that your child's evaluation needs to get done sooner rather than later. But the truth is, your school system has 60 school days, which is nearly 3 months, which is hard for some parents to hear, understandably, to complete the process of the evaluation and bring that team back together to discuss. That's just one of a number of examples of things that apply and timelines that apply. So back to the overarching discussion that I started having with your administration and Allison, especially over the summer, is just, what are compliance issues that you need to be aware of? So much of what I've described, virtually all of it, really falls under the auspices of what your special education administrator, who is a state-approved director of special education, is responsible for. She's responsible for making sure that your teams are doing this, that they understand the rules and requirements, that they follow the requirements, that they honor the procedural safeguard, that they're comprehensive enough, that they're detailed enough, that they don't predetermine things. I think sometimes a lot of places I go, the staff is upset when a special ed administrator says, wait, slow down. Don't walk into that IEP meeting telling me that you expect the child's going to be in the self-contained program. Back it up. Number one, we don't predetermine that ever. Number two, I don't see the data to support a number of the things you put into the IEP. Where is that? Well, those day-to-day operational issues and general oversight aspects of IDEA compliance fall to, in your case, it's Teresa with Dr. Westman's oversight. But the policy aspects of all of this and the funding support that your administration needs to implement all of these compliance requirements really are within your province as the Board of Education. So every Board of Education has to have a policy about education of children with disabilities and special education procedures. There's kind of a long list. Uniquely, anytime you revise either one, you have to have a public hearing. You need public input, whereas for any other administrative procedure, you don't. You're required to have a policy about misconduct of students with disabilities. You do. Those are the kind of things that the board is responsible for making sure you have in place, that is updated as rules and requirements change. And they do over time. For example, and one thing that has led to our conversation tonight is that it's been a while since your district last had a chance to review the special education procedures that are actually not required by the state. They're required by IDEA itself, our federal law. And some things have changed and those need to be updated and revised, and those are going to come to your attention. That's an example of the policy aspects of your compliance. And then some other policy and funding issues that I put in that I thought would be useful for you to just kind of be refreshed on. I mean, in addition to developing and periodically reviewing policy and procedure, obviously figuring out in terms of the budgetary and funding support for the costs associated with all of these myriads of requirements for special education compliance that you've got to establish with the State Board of Education, and then they submit on your behalf to the U.S. Department of Education. So for example, I know in your district, because I've been out here a long time, one issue that has been prevalent is the district's implementing the so-called 70-30 rule of gen ed classes. And that rule requires that in any class that a child, an individual student with a disability is placed, if it's called a gen ed classroom on the IEP of that child, that class cannot be comprised of more than 30% of the children who have IEPs. So if you had 10 kids, only 3 of them could have IEPs, okay? Otherwise, you got to find another class. You might have to break the class up to change up the numbers. Well, that costs money, doesn't it? And you got to have space, you've got to have staff to be able to do that. That would be one example. By the way, children who have IEPs only for speech, they don't fall in that 30% rule or limitation for gen ed classes. Then you're probably aware also, just from years of communications with your administration and with your unions as board members, that the state periodically sets or revises rules about how many children can be in any given special education class, resource or instructional, right? And the extent to which you have to have a lead teacher and whether you can increase your numbers by increasing paraprofessional support for the classroom. So obviously, class sizes cost money. I know you know that when you look at your gen ed class sizes, that is absolutely true in special ed. You're required as a district to maintain what's called a continuum of placement options from least restrictive, which is full-time in gen ed with all those supports pushed in, to most restrictive, which arguably is home or hospital instruction, right? Where kids are alone. They're not getting taught with anybody, with disabled children and non-disabled children. Well, you either have to provide the continuum services here in district or pay, right, for a child to find a spot in the continuum that you don't offer. So for example, if you have a child for whom the most appropriate, least restrictive environment is a private therapeutic day school, or it might even be a residential school, the district has to pay for that. Who signs off on those contracts? Well, that's not all of you. It doesn't require board approval at that level. The IDEA says it's the district administrator, right? In our case in Illinois, it's referred to as the state director of special education, who then signs off on those contracts for placements in non-public special ed facilities, day schools or residential schools. But that's why continually you got to look at your numbers, you got to look at your student needs. Your administration will talk to you about maybe needing more resource level support in one building, or a self-contained class that's exclusively for kids with an autism spectrum disorder, because you've got a number of elementary age kids who have that particular disability and really need those unique research-based interventions that are out there for children on the spectrum. So that's the kind of thing that you can expect will come to you. Just ensuring that you have sufficient staffing levels, both your special ed teachers, your service providers, others that might be paraprofessionals and others. I will tell you that when you look at that and when you hear either anybody's request, be it your administration or your union, for more paraprofessional support for our gen ed teachers. It's great if you decide that, you know, if you find yourself facing larger class sizes, for example, then a teacher might need another adult in the classroom to support classroom management, to facilitate more differentiated instruction and the like. When it comes to writing paraprofessionals into IEPs as a needed support for a child with a disability, there's a process for that. Sometimes gen ed teachers say, well, you're going to have to write a paraprofessional with it. You're going to place this kid in my gen ed class. Well, not necessarily. That's a team decision based on a number of factors and criteria. We're just actually going to do some updated training for your staff on that, because it tends to be kind of a quick reaction. Oh, this kid's going to be in general education. We need an extra classroom para or a one-to-one. Sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not. Obviously, the cost of maintaining evidence-based testing materials, RTI and MTS materials, curriculum and related services for children with disabilities. And then obviously through your IDEA grant, but also through your local funds, we have to make sure that there's sufficient amounts available for professional development and consultation. And then I know that every year there's a requirement that districts work with their collective bargaining units to discuss workload plans for special educators. I know in your district, the process is that your administration meets annually with the union. They come to you with a recommendation for board approval. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but that's one example where the board really has oversight into compliance issues and involvement through the approval process. Some other areas where you might become involved, I don't know if this has happened during your tenure as board members. Sometimes you can get a child with a disability who engages in what we would call in Illinois gross disobedience or misconduct. The child may be eligible for either suspension or expulsion. You know that there's going to be an expulsion review hearing, or there's going to be an expulsion hearing, and then suddenly it's no longer on your agenda. And usually that's because in the interval, sometimes there's a requirement, always for expulsion, sometimes for suspension. that the IEP team, including the parents, has to come together first and determine if the kid's misconduct was or was not a manifestation of their disability. And if the answer is yes, lots of things can happen. The placement may change. There are some situations in which a child with a disability can be transferred to an interim placement, but it's not going to come to you. So you've given the date, you're holding the date to address this either in closed session and then take action in open, or in some other, you're going to have a special meeting to do it. And then suddenly you're told, we don't need to do that anymore. That's because the IEP team's decision trumps and it must come first. And then obviously if your district finds itself, I should not wood as I say this so as not to jinx you. The good news is you have had very few requests for mediation, due process requests, state complaints filed or OCR complaints filed against your district. I mean, it's been quite wonderful and it's a real testament to the work you do here. But typically, if what parents and districts are disagreeing about is programmatic in nature or placement, often that doesn't rise to the board level. That's something your state approved director, your superintendent will look at in terms of settlement. If, however, what's at stake is payment of taxpayer resources for other things, reimbursing parents for private programs or services, or for placement in a non-approved facility that they may have made, or some such thing, that's when you will find at the board level, you'll be asked to weigh in and provide your approval for those kind of resolutions. Any questions I can answer for you, just about your role as board members or anything generally or specifically about IDEA compliance. I know because you are the public facing members of your constituents in a different way than your administration. You may very well find yourself at a meeting in the community, at church, wherever it may be, with a parent who's got a concern about a special education issue for their child, a compliance issue, a program issue. I know that that's a tough position to be in. I would remind you, you have a board policy on this, 8:110. As in any parent stated complaint or concern, we direct them up the chain of appropriate administrators to address their concern. I will tell you the last thing you want, and I talk to board members a lot about this, is once you find yourself involved as a non-IEP team member who's trying to problem solve a legitimate concern, the more likely it is you're going to be drawn into any litigation that may ensue. So I try to keep my boards out of that, and that's not really what's contemplated in terms of your role as the ones who are responsible for the stewardship of your district when it comes to special education requirements. I know that's easier said than done. And I know sometimes even staff or the union will come to you all individually rather than talking to administration because they're not happy with the answers they've received. You've got a chain of command policy, and you've got the policy about parent complaints and concerns and how those will be addressed. And so I think when it comes to that piece of compliance oversight, that's probably left best to how the policy lays out. You'll address those things.
I just have one question as it relates to IEPs. It's odd because we find ourselves in this situation and the state of Illinois may not have addressed it yet. But we're beginning to see issues or questions about the continuation of IEP services for students who are on quarantine.
Well, here's some things we know that under even the most, and by the way, you may know that, by the way, we got a new executive order dropped by the governor's office late Friday evening. So now we don't even have to call quarantine, it can be called exclusion, right? Quarantine or isolation is what our local Department of Public Health does. We exclude for non-compliance with certain requirements according to this new EO. But what we do know from both the governor's executive order and from guidance from the state Board of Education is that kids who are excluded from school because of exposure to COVID are entitled to remote learning. They're entitled, you're required to provide it. It's the only time you are still required to provide it. It's discretionary otherwise. And many districts have decided we're just not continuing with that this year. We don't have to. It's an option, not a mandate under the school code. to maintain a remote learning program. However, for kids who are excluded or quarantined, they are entitled to remote learning, and that includes our kids with disabilities. And that has been and continues to be incredibly tricky, because if that child is quarantined for 10 days and that child was supposed to receive 60 minutes of speech and language support and 30 minutes times 2 of group social work services, we're going to have to find a way to provide it remotely or make it up when they come back. So IEP, what we've gotten is, when COVID started in spring of 2020, both our US Department of Education agencies and our state board said, just do your best. Give it your reasonable and good faith effort, because we all know it's so hard to suddenly morph into a system where we're providing services virtually or remotely. They got past that last fall of 2021, and I'm telling you, any kind of non-compliance really comes back to haunt. They, US Department of Ed and ISB have been very clear. One way or another, if kids are on remote, we need to provide them with full IEP services.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other questions?
Terry, how often do you get involved with a particular IEP case?
In your district? Couple times a year max.
And I take it that's a good sign.
It's a great sign for you, I think. But you know, I will say, my experience has been over 40 years of practice, is that districts, for some reason, seem to go in cycles, and they have quiet years where I may get phone calls about new executive order or a new state law, and what should we do? Do we need a form for this? Or there may be just a series of cases unconnected to one another that seem to pop up like a cluster. And I think the most I've ever had in one school year here has been maybe 2, maybe 3 at the most. I've had years where I've had nothing. Or just a call about a tough disciplinary situation involving 3 kids and 2 have IEPs, and are we following the right procedures? But I'm not at the manifestation determination meeting. So I will tell you that if there is such a thing, I mean, your district, which is good for you, is kind of a low user when it comes to special education. Not a lot of disputes with parents, and the ones we've had have been really pretty easily resolved, whether there were attorneys or advocates, or in some cases where, you know, parents were advocating on their own, but it was difficult for the team to be able to have kind of a rational and legally compliant discussion. And sometimes that's a role a lawyer can play. So. Anything else? I've addressed any questions you have or concerns you have. Happy to work with you. You know, another thing that's always available is, you know, sometimes boards actually use their school lawyers to actually audit individual cases. If a parent comes to you and just won't follow the chain of command or has done that and is not happy with the outcome, I've had districts say, well, you just look at the file and tell our administration, not you individually, right? Are there holes here? Did we miss something? Is the parent correct? Should we have done this? Would it have been better if we had done that? So sometimes that's a way to bring in somebody else into a third party, but it's not one of you having to troubleshoot a particular situation involving a student. Thank you. Have a safe school year. Stay healthy. Thank you for having me out. Thank you.
At this time, we have our Board of Education Committee reports. Policy committee meetings on August 18th and September 13th. Mrs. Wickham, do you have anything you would like to add or highlight from either of your policy committee reports?
Just a little bit later tonight, we will talk specifically about the CPA and that particular policy, now also called withholding expulsion in advance. But no, and then there's just 2 policies that are here for first reading. And just for that.
Mr. Brewer, do you have anything to add? Does anyone have any questions for us, Mr. Brewer?
I have a quick question about the undesignated medication policy. I understand and appreciate that we're sort of putting that on hold because of a lot of the other challenges our staff has right now. Is that fair to say? Was there any discussion of sort of a, I don't know, sort of, I worry we're letting the perfect be the enemy of the good here. Was there any discussion of a policy that said we'll have these undesignated medications that will be in the school nurse's office? The school nurse is the only person who's going to administer these medications. And that will only happen during the hours of the school nurses in the building under her regular contract hours.
That, go ahead. Go ahead.
So we did have discussion around that during the committee. I don't know if we came down to final resolution. I think we're still open.
The labor intensive nature of the, I guess, just figuring out all of the components of the availability plan. The stipulation without making the modifications in the footnoted version from press advises that the medication needs to be available before, during, and after school. And you, in order to operate outside of that, you have to develop what we've titled, I don't think it was specifically called that, but an availability plan, because I'm sorry, Mr. Eady's information advised that after conversation with the attorney, well, we can operate outside of that. We don't have to have it before, during, and after school. However, you have to come up with a plan for its implementation. And it was in that, as I understand it, and you could certainly speak further to it, that became a very labor-intensive process. All the components necessary to.
A lot of components, part of it too is you have to specify exactly when it's not available too, so that we're clear about that. So we did have a discussion around all that. We had discussion around the times. We didn't land anything permanently, but one of the things that we did talk about was that if it was available, if the nurses are before school and after school, we could, that would be considered before, during, and after school, if that's what we stuck with. But the deeper we got into it, the more steps and the more things that involved with it, there's different forms that have to be completed. You know, at the end of the meds are administered. There's training involved. The more we got into it, and we were kind of going through this with Adam too, the more we thought, with as overwhelmed as everybody is right now, and the nurses felt like an emergency situation, you know, that they could still, you know, be able to aid the kids. So from that standpoint, because the nurses felt like they could still help the kids and that it would not, you know, be a major issue, that it would be best just to kind of hit pause so we can do it right. And then in the talk was, because there's several tasks involved, the committee would probably try to tackle one task at a time just to make sure that we got everything right.
Going forward, is it a done deal that glucagon will not be one of the undesignated medications? I'm not sure I understand why.
Well, specifically, it was because of the narrow nature of which the medication could be used. The policy itself, even in its expanded form, indicated that it could be used only when only for students who have a diabetic care plan and only by the nurse or a diabetic care aide, and that the use of the glucagon would be included within the diabetic care plan and could be used only if their supply was expired. And so making it, so there was discussion with the nurses who came to the meeting, and or Kelly initially, and then Jody, yeah, who came before, who indicated that they felt they have a good plan in place for ensuring that we don't find ourselves in that position. That the shelf life is such that, and their medication monitoring of the meds they have for any given student, especially those that have more sensitive conditions such as diabetes, have they have a good handle on not allowing that to occur, not being in a situation where there would be an expired medication. And so
Or non-existent. The glucagon is just not there, and the parent doesn't provide glucagon in the school.
that wasn't a concern. I mean, it wasn't shared as a concern by the nurses, just that they have it available for those students for whom it needs to be available, or for whom it is included in their care plan, diabetic care plan.
My concern would be that there would be a parent who doesn't provide. Right. When will this policy be?
Well, as it related to glucagon,
No, just
well, that's going to be determined by Bill and his team and how quickly they're able to, it's going to take time, I think.
I mean, if I would, I can't predict, but my guess is, just kind of based on where we're at now at the start of the school year, would probably be January, possibly sooner than that, but
I think that's fair. On the early side, you're probably looking at early next year as it relates to your availability and ability to undertake some of the other tasks.
Okay. I have some other concern to put to, but I will wait until it comes.
Do you want me to specifically let you know when it's going to be, or you'll just follow?
I'll just follow along.
The board, what am I looking for? Agenda,
The agenda.
policy agenda.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I'd like to point out first reading of policy 2120, board member development, and first reading of policy 350, administrative personnel other than the superintendent. Business Services Committee meeting occurred on September 7th. Mr. Booker, do you have anything you'd like to add or highlight in the Business Services Committee report? Out? Okay, does anyone have questions for the board, Business Services Committee members at this time?
I guess I just have one quick, is there anything, I know we're going to a couple of things from there.
We want to look for discussion first, which is the paper contract. Which we're gonna go over. So,
Next on the agenda is consent agenda items. Are there any items on the consent agenda any members of the board would like to take out for separate consideration?
So before we do that, can I ask a question? Can you go back to the comments on the schools? Yeah, student council comments.
I'm okay if you want to talk about.
Yep.
Well, I just wanted to ask, because it came up several times in there that we're setting aside the first 20 days of school. Can I get more clarity on what that means exactly?
Yeah, so first 20 days is a phrase that's used oftentimes in schools, just talk about the first month of school. And generally, education teachers are encouraged to use that first month of school to make sure students understand procedures, practices, behavior expectations. So it's a recognition that in addition to reading, writing, arithmetic, we're also setting up the year and making sure kids understand the expectations for the year, building relationships, to make sure there's good classroom culture for the year. So it's kind of a term that we use.
It came up here again, and I've heard from several people that for the first 20 days at the K-6 level maybe, are we doing academics for the first?
Yes, yeah, there's still academics. In addition, but there's a higher emphasis placed on building procedures, practices, clarifying expectations, building classroom culture.
Because some people will feel like no academics for the first 10 days, which I just want to make sure that's not the case.
No, that should be good.
I think it may have been a message. I think some for the record, really emphasize that.
Have you heard that as well?
Maybe more than they should have.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's good or bad.
I've heard like, no academics.
I'm saying that maybe in the message.
Yeah, the focus definitely is on building expectations, your expectations, behavior, but there still should be academic content. The focus shifts after the first 20 days to focusing on academics. There's always still a behavioral expectations and cultural. Just changing priority.
And this is something you do every year, the first 20 days.
Yeah, generally, it's every year. We just really did ask the teachers to make sure you were focusing on it. There was a little bit of concern on, like on my end, that with the pressure of COVID loss that was happening, that teachers would forego that and try to start making up academic content right away on day one and forget about that first 20 days, those first 20 day plans that we usually do. So we really emphasized it and we did walkthroughs during the first 2 weeks of school with the principals, just to make sure that that was a big part of it. So definitely more of an emphasis this year.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So the question was, are there any items on the consent agenda any members of the board would like to take out for separate consideration?
Number 5 and number 8.
The member Booker requested to have items number 5, which is district handbook addendums from schools, and number 8, board protocols revisited, removed for separate consideration. Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 4? And 6, 7, 9, 10, 11.
That is motion to approve. Consent agenda 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Second.
Member Zickert made a motion and member Herrera seconded the motion to approve consent agenda items number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 as presented. Discussion? I have one question regarding the succession plan, and it's the building level succession plan. Do all buildings have a head teacher assigned?
I don't think they preemptively. Teacher, we would probably have to identify a head or lead teacher. In those circumstances.
So is that something that would be done just during that circumstance? Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Zickert,
Yes.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Ms. Mango. Mrs. Hauk. Mrs. Renemick.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda item 5? Separately, yes. Do I have a motion to approve the remainder, or excuse me, the consent agenda item number 5 as presented? Number 5 being the district handbook addendums from schools.
Motion to approve item 5.
Second.
Seeing no second, we would move on to, do I have a motion to approve Well, seeing no second,
So what would you like me to do if it's not, you want me to just?
I will second that.
Member Zickert made a motion and Member Mayville seconded the motion to approve consent agenda item number 5 as presented. Discussion.
Also, the reason I asked this is under grading on here, when I read this, and maybe I'm confused. But it says on here that as you go through the semester, we're using the 1, 2, 3, 4 grading system, and the student never can really access what their letter grade is. That's obviously determined at the end of the semester. It says, how do they find out their grade during the semester? Personally, for me and my children, that's been difficult. I just don't think that's a good way to do it.
So we do send home progress report cards on a regular basis. It's true that at the end of the course, that's when the final grade is determined. How much as we can with the families, students, what their grade or what their scores need to be in order to receive an A or an F. I don't know if Dr. Carson can add to that, but that is.
In the high schools, we will be sending home progress reports several times during the semester with letter grades based on what their current performance is at the time.
Because whenever my kids or anybody that I know asked in the past, they can't get a determination. Oh, they cannot get a determination of where their grade is when they ask, reference to a letter grade.
Part of that is the changing nature of where they're at. If they're early on in learning a standard, then it may be appropriate for the student to have a 1 or a 2 on that standard, which with our conversion chart, depending on whether it's 1 or 2, the result of the student having it. And we want to avoid the perception that having a 1 means you're failing a course, because it depends on where the student is at in the learning process. So if it's early on, then that 1 is probably appropriate, whereas if it's closer to the end of construction around that standard, that's when it would be a concern. So what we are including in Empower is that the teachers, hopefully tomorrow, you should be able to see this. They identify what the expected level of performance is by standard. So you can see that as of today, your son or daughter should be at a, let's say a 2, and their score right now is at 2.5. So then you know that they're doing exactly what you need to do. So that information is given by standard. And then again, several times throughout the semester, you'll get
Can you get a 3 early in the semester?
Sure.
Power?
Absolutely.
So I was told that they can't. But that's not true.
A lot of times with standards, it's going to take some time to get to a 3. I mean, it would be normal to expect it's going to take a significant amount of time to get to a 3, but it would be possible early on.
I think one of the problems, some of the teachers are saying, you couldn't get, a power would handle a 3 was defaulting back to 2.5, and manually go back in and put in 3s.
Yep, that is correct. The teachers have to indicate that the student's demonstrated was efficient.
And we know that all teachers are doing.
We know that all teachers are inputting grades.
Going back and adjusting if they're using 2 to 5, and then at 3, they go in and it's that.
And that's what we're training them to do.
Okay. So with this, even with Empower, a person can ask at a given time and get their letter grade.
There's present, so it'll be basically mid-quarter, midway through the second quarter that they'll be getting letter grades.
Is the conversion chart that you refer to, is that the same across
Mhm.
all classes? It's not like this class has this one.
Nope.
And do the kids have access to that so they could figure it out if they wanted to?
Yeah, we actually have posters that we produce to put up in all sections in high school. It's fairly available on the website.
I'm just curious, because I don't, I mean, I just heard about it. That's kind of curiosity. Was it power set up that was supposed to fall to a 2.5, and that's the way the system always will work, and It's supposed to work that way. I'm just curious of the system that defaults to anything, or whatever it is.
Sure.
I mean, it's just, I don't know, I just sound strange to me.
So the normal, the setup that's more kind of out of the box approach is using the Marzano true score estimator, which uses 3 different calculations, and then it picks the best fit for the students. We tried using that last year, and teachers found it to be highly unreliable. And so I'm talking with Lindsay, Unified School Districts, we've been using it for about a decade. That's the approach that they used. It also really closely matches in our elementary schools and middle school. Up to last year, it was the most recent assignment, so it is the students' most recent score on evidence that impacts what the overall standard score is. So it was a combination of not trying this new system last year and teachers not feeling like it was at all reliable for their expectations, and trying to marry it with what the practice had been in middle school.
Since we're on the topic. When I looked at the grading, one of the grading things I looked at, the district on the web, I looked at the conversion scale, and the conversion of what the 1, 2, 3, 4 conversion to a letter grade. How many standards are they actually looking at? I just give you for instance. For instance, in order to get a 4.0, you have to have all 3s and 4s. To get a 3, you have to have a majority, which would be really curious to me, because I've dealt in this a long time, what people's opinion of a majority is. Now mine, most people would say 51% or over, but that's not always true when you talk to other people. Even though I believe that, I'm not sure everybody else believes that, even though that would be my thing. But I look at it, if you're a parent, and you look at it and say, depending on how many there are, in the past, if you had, let's just say 20 standards. I know there's not that many, I'm just making this up. If you had 20 standards and you had 20 that were 4.0s, if you had one that was a 2, you were still getting an A. I mean, you're still going to get an A in class, unless it was a major assignment or a major test or something like that. So I guess I'm concerned if we're educating people enough to know why this system optically may work different than what they're used to in the past. Because when I saw that, I'm like, well, that'd be a real, for kids that are used to being high achievers, that's going to be a real thing of a contention. Maybe for some of them, they said, oh, look at all these, I got 4.0 on, I got 90% 4.0. In any other system, I would have an A. Or what?
Yeah, and that's part of the point of moving the system is for it to be highly reliable. We don't allow a student to have a gap of they missed the concept and are given the average of all the other scores. And that's one of the fundamental beliefs of this type of system is that on the flip side, if the student is only demonstrated a little bit of knowledge across the board, we don't want them just to be able to stay by with many goals for learning. That's really the fundamental purpose of it.
So the Marzano system was the kind of like godfather of kind of what we're doing. That system did not work for its curriculum. Is that correct?
Well, so it's the Marzano true score estimator is what the name of the calculation system that puts in power. It's not.
So the calculation in the system is based on what they're saying is Marzano conceptually says that one way you can provide grades is this way. That's unique to Marzano, and they try to implement a calculation of that. Our teachers just didn't like it. I don't know if I would say Marzano is the godfather of CBS education.
Okay, so just so we're clear, we're voting on the district handbook addendums. If there are things in there that people can vote one way or another.
So I just have a question about a point of education for myself. The district spends a lot of time putting together the district handbook, right? And so I'm wondering why we have 11 independent additional districts and whose responsibility it is to ensure that they in no way contradict or act in opposition to the district handbook.
Yeah, great question. So generally, the reason why we have the addendums is because there's information or procedures that are different, mostly at different grade levels. So an elementary school might talk about or discipline differently for not dressing for PE, or might have different procedures for pickup and drop off than a high school would. I definitely think that the possibility of overlap, unnecessary overlap, or incongruence is probably pretty possible with our process right now. If somebody's not paying real close attention at the board level, because generally up until this year, we just taken what the schools have provided us and put it on the board agenda for review. So I know Sarah this year, when we collected these, Sarah was involved with the district handbook process. Did identify that part of the role. We need to make sure next year that these are kind of a little bit easier to manage formats. If there are things that are traditionally been in school handbooks, we can pull those out and put them in the district handbook if it's more appropriate. But I think I think that's a fair comment, and that's definitely fair.
I looked at the one for South, and it outlines the District 100 grading philosophy. And I don't find that anywhere in the district handbook.
The grading philosophy is in policy.
I look for a policy, and find a policy.
So that's just where I come down and say, I'm a little bit concerned about these 11 standalone documents and as a board voting on them and having them be, because I'll be honest, there was a lot of things to look at and read, and I went through as many of them as I could and looked for high points of things. And North seems to have things a little bit different than the BHS, and South has things different than, and, you know, so I probably fall on the side of saying, I hate to sanction 11 additional documents that, you know, I don't know, maybe everyone else had time to, you know, fully read them and compare them back. I just did it on the highest points I could figure out. And for that reason, I probably just have concerns about knowing whether or not, you know, there's anything in any of them that stands in opposition to something that at the district level that could put us in, you know, a situation where we have a parent that would say, well, you know, do they all, I guess, so maybe we get around that. Do all of them say if there's any difference or any issue that the district handbook prevails? I don't know.
I don't see that I'm at VHS as well. We could certainly add that.
Well, I'm not, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe everyone else had time to read them all and evaluate them. And, you know, I feel like in voting on them, we're saying that these are in no way incongruent with the district. And I just personally, I don't know that. And the district, you know, the grading philosophy jumped out on the one, not so much at the elementary school. I mean, again, I can only sample a couple of them. I didn't see as many issues that I thought could be substantive in nature. But the differences between the two junior or middle schools give me pause for some concern if there's 11 additional documents or 12 that were.
I'm just asking a quick question because I'm curious, knowing that it's hard to do this. So I'm just wondering, what's the downside? Is there a downside? Of, you know, not if you're looking like a punishment movies, but is there a downside of waiting a month?
I don't think so. I think that because the biggest changes are fairly low consequence. And the downside generally is if you have major changes in discipline. Sorry, if you have major changes in discipline, that's usually where you've got the most concern. So the board definitely asks us to go back and do some review. Look for
I'm not saying that. I think that's the staff's job to review them all. If you send them to us because we should review them for the purposes of voting, that's fair. I'm not saying it's not, or that you know, you guys should be spending time, you know, pouring through these documents. But at the very least, I guess I would say do we consider an indication in all of them that's congruent, that says, you know, look, if there's any difference here to the district handbook, now maybe that opens up another can of worms. I don't know. Why would you put out a document that you knew was incongruent with the master document? I don't know. But I don't, that's, I mean, I don't know.
So just as a follow-up, policy 628, which is the one that I think we modified, does reference a common grading philosophy.
It says we'll adopt, right, a common grading philosophy. Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
So it doesn't outline what the grading philosophy is.
So we provided a grading philosophy. It wasn't board approved. We provided, back in 2018. Pretty consistent in schools. But I don't know if that was ever board approved. It's kind of probably in the same category as the grading practices that now superintendent will submit. But we've been doing this, there hasn't been a requirement to get it board approved, but we have an option to go.
There's a motion on the floor currently to approve consent agenda item number 5, district handbook addendums from schools. Is there any additional discussion?
Just one quick comment on that, is that if it's not that big of a deal, Dr. Wilson doesn't seem like it is, but putting in the disclaimer, district policy, you know, and coming back the next time, I'll even better. I apologize for not being told you, because I should have done it. There's no real big downside to that.
Or we could just make a motion to amend the 11 addendum right now. Yeah. I move to amend the 11 school addendums to add a disclaimer, the wording of which will be decided by our school district attorney, but the nature of that additional language will be that the district handbook controls should there be any conflict with the individual schools.
Question for just clarity purposes.
So Member Mayville moved to amend the 11 school addendums to include the nature of additional language as decided by administration that the district handbook will control if a question arises between the two. Is that okay? Do I have a second? Member Herrera seconded Member Mayville's motion. Discussion. The motion on the floor is to add amending language to the 11 handbook addendums. Do you have discussion regarding that?
No.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Ms. Manville. Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
I don't know what I'm voting on, to be honest, because I thought we had a motion and now so I'm not sure.
That we had a motion.
We had a motion,
We,
so help you
we
not
cur-
understand.
we currently have a motion on the floor to amend the presented handbooks. So amend the 11 school handbook addendums to include nature of language as determined by administration. That district handbook will control if a question arises between a handbook addendum, a school handbook addendum, and the district handbook.
And then is there an additional, right, the additional vote and after that to
Yes.
approve that?
Yes,
Okay.
so we are
Okay,
voting
sorry.
on the
Okay,
amendment.
got it. Aye.
Mr. Booker,
No.
Mr. Zicker.
Aye.
Mrs. Hauk, Mrs. Reed Numek.
Aye. Motion passes 6-1. Amendment motion passes 6-1. Now there is a motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is the amended motion originally made by member Zickert and seconded by Mrs. Hill. And that is to approve the 11 school handbook addendums as amended.
So if we vote for,
Discussion.
if we vote for that for clarity purposes, then we are voting to approve the grading language in there, which you just said was never approved by board.
Most of the language in the district and the school handbook isn't approved by the board.
Other than us approving the handbooks every year.
So there, yeah, there's no board policy specific to that grading right now.
I could, yeah, so, that's what it was, so what we're voting on is we're voting on the handbooks. I don't think, based on current policy, that the grading policy, correct me if I'm wrong, on this, is the grading policy is anything we could ever vote on anyway currently as it's written. So even if we didn't like it or didn't like whatever part of it, based on policy as it is now, currently, there isn't anything to vote on that anyway. Is that right, correct in that?
So your policy now states that you'll vote on grading policy in November.
Correct.
So the assumption from school administration would be that absent a November change, we would start the year with whatever grading policy we have or planning on over the summer. And if November gives an opportunity to get feedback and give us different direction.
And we've already started that. Month.
Started on,
The policy we've already had. What the procedures
yes.
we've had in place.
Yeah, the school year started with the assumption that this was a great.
That's.
That's okay.
I would like to add in regards to the academic eligibility that is indicated in especially primarily the high school ones that refer to policy 2740, which is the eligibility extracurriculars, is that the policy says a student must be passing 5 courses. The handbooks addendums say that they need to be on pace, behind pace, or ahead of pace. And that's not defined in policy for what that is, so they don't quite align.
Yes, so the reason we did that in the schools, because we worked with IHSA to talk through how IHSA would interpret passing grades in a proficiency or competency-based environment. When we work through different languages, this language, my understanding, this language, they said would work for their interpretation of passing. Then it's correct.
Okay, I'm not sure that I understand what you just said.
Got it. So IHSA requires, they have their own language that says students need to be passing the 5.
Correct.
they have to be passing 5 courses in order to play. In order to be eligible to play. It's kind of generally what the rule is. If a team or any other IHSA school or member of the public wants to contest a student's eligibility, they can make a complaint to IHSA, and then IHSA will come in and look at recreative practices and the eligibility of that individual student question. And so we met with IHSA to make sure that the interpretation of passing a class, passing a class somewhere as being on pace, that would align with their policy, which is to say, I mean, our policy is basically pulled from IHSA policy. So it is, the words are different. This is our attempt to marry two.
But it doesn't, so what you're saying is it doesn't currently match our policy language, the handbook language doesn't match the policy language?
It's not the same words. I think it's the same in practice. Because we're using proficiency terminology here in the word policy, and I just say uses more generic testing.
I guess I would just say, I don't feel like I would be making a responsible decision. I didn't know that was in there. I didn't realize that we had that incongruency, so I would probably be voting no, but, okay, so.
Any other discussion? At this time, I would like to acknowledge the following donations. Snacks and treats for me and elementary staff from Cindy Coulter and Tammy Bailing. Coffee and snacks for me and elementary staff from the Spears
Don't we
family.
have to vote?
We have to do that. I have to read this before we vote.
Because we saw the board protocols.
They are.
Just a minute.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Backpacks with supplies from Physicians Immediate Care, Belvedere for me and elementary school students in need, lunch for staff at Caledonia Elementary School from Grand Canyon University Tiffany Warren, $350 from Caledonia Community Church for Caledonia Elementary School, $1,000 from Susan Frederick Rhodes, Paul Frederick Rhodes Memorial for Belvedere High School Band Department, and 2004 of Mazda tribute from Rob Wesselhoff for Belvedere High School Automotive Department. Currently are voting on consent agenda item number 5 as amended.
Mr. Zickert,
Yes.
Ms. Maybell. Mrs. Hauk. Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
No.
Mrs. Wickham.
No.
Mrs. Reed Neiman.
No. Motion passes 4-3. And do I have a motion to approve consent agenda item number 8 as presented? Member Mayville made the motion and Member Herrera seconded the motion to approve consent agenda item number 8 or protocols visited as presented. Any discussion?
I wanted to ask for number 4, communication with staff, 4A, board members will communicate directly only with the superintendent for board business. Why would we only be able to communicate with the superintendent for board business?
This was something that was previously discussed.
I didn't notice it last time.
Amongst board members. And when the discussion did happen, please any member correct me if I'm wrong, this discussion happened. but it was decided that it would streamline the ability to ask Dr. Leeson, and he could hand it off to whomever would answer that question back to the board member.
We came up with these ourselves, didn't we?
We discussed them, yes, in our closed executive session. Board training, yes. Our self-evaluations. Our board-
Doesn't that leave you open for kind of the phone tree effect on the more people the message travels through?
It allows for information to come back directly through Dr. Leeson.
Mm.
So he knows if, you know, if he needs to follow up on something, what needs to be followed up on. Correct, Dr. Leeson?
Is there a particular situation?
Well, I'm just saying, I've had questions, I've called him on just a basic question, because I know he would be the person. that would know.
And I think Greg's the exception.
I think I would reserve that right to do with any administrator, because they're the specific experts in their little area, or their area of the district. Why wouldn't any member of this board not be allowed to go and ask them a question? It seems crazy.
You're allowed to do it. I mean, no one has to follow these.
Okay, that's my question.
For-
Yeah,
And I'm assuming maybe you're talking about asking
Well, then-
Greg something for
Then we
committee
don't need
business.
the word only.
He's,
Right.
well,
Well, I think the rest, I mean, that's what
for
we're
board,
voting on.
for board committee business, board members will communicate with the appropriate administrator on the committee. So like if you're thinking as business services, that you would contact Greg with a question because it's business services, that is part of 4B. in the protocol.
We're not held in concrete to this thing. I thought that this was like.
The intention is that board members, once they vote on it, would follow the protocols that were set for board members. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a reason to discuss it or vote on it.
I agree. I do think that's a tough area. And sorry. The only thing I look at is there have been instances, I'll tell you one is knowing knowing people like I know, I call them that. I do call it. That's a question on when there's also some testing. We're going to be contacted with the and technically, I guess I shouldn't have done that. I think that was a tip. I mean, I don't think that's a big deal. I'll admit I wrote the protocols. But to me, in the real world, that kind of stuff happens more than often than we would admit it does. So I guess looking at little nuances like that, I guess I'm just struggling with. I know on some of the things that is true, like parents and stuff like that. To know this is a smaller district, this isn't like a huge one like Rocky, for example. To know all the administrators, when you see them and feel that I can't ask them a question, I think that is kind of problematic.
Exactly.
But I know we agree to. I probably should say something else.
That's my thing, we're rehashing something that the seven of us already went over, you know, we should have talked about these concerns earlier before it's brought to this.
But I'm sure, I'm pretty
That's the
sure,
point of it.
I'm not the only one that's talked to administrators without going through Dr. Leeson.
I can tell you that I don't, probably to my own peril, because I'm, again, but I have very strictly adhered to the policy, which has probably created its own level of issues, but I completely understand what you're saying about this as a priorly, litigated issue, if you will. But I also know we're here to discuss the other item as it relates to this particular change. So it can come up to be revised or changed. I mean, maybe at some point again in the future. And, I don't think we knew what we were doing. I mean, let's be honest, we were 5 minutes old as board members. Some of us were new enough, but I don't necessarily know that I knew a whole lot about that night. But I accept that we're having conversation tonight about a different issue on this particular protocol. But to me, opening up the protocol conversation again, to have that conversation would be an indication that it could be something that was revisited. Tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh,
You can revisit the book on that line.
So the reason why the protocol is on this evening is to add language in regards to the media and who is communicating with the media, number 7. The one that was originally approved earlier this summer said the superintendent is a spokesperson for the district to the media. And that does stand in opposition to a policy that says that building principals or individuals that are designated by the superintendent can talk to the media for specific reasons and for specific topics. So in making that jive with our board policy, adding his or her appointee after the superintendent just makes those two combined. So we're not in opposition. Our protocols are in opposition to policy.
So
And
making
that's
that
what was
decision
presented.
tonight doesn't mean that someone couldn't open up a conversation by requesting that protocols come back at a future date, but for efficiency tonight, that's what we're voting on. But it could come up officially up and down.
Correct. Or an amendment could be made to change it at this point. And then there would be discussion on that. It could be done either way. So right now, the motion on the floor is to accept the board protocols revisited consent item number 8 as presented. That presentation being adding or his or her appointee on 7B.
And I move to amend that we remove 4A.
You are moving to delete the entire A.
Or the word only.
Okay, so your motion is,
Remove all of it, really,
your motion is,
to amend and remove 4A.
to delete or so your motion is to amend as presented, the board protocols as presented, to delete 4A.
Correct.
Is there a second? Hearing none, we would go back to the original motion. The original motion being the motion on the floor to approve board protocols revisited consent item number 8 as presented. Roll call, please.
Ms. Maybell.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mrs. Hope. Mr. Zickert.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
No.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Namick.
Aye. Motion passes. 6-1. Next, we have our roll call action items. Do I have a motion to approve District 100's final budget for July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 as presented?
Motion to approve final budget for July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022.
Member Zickert made the motion and Member Mayville seconded the motion to approve the District 100's final budget for July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 as presented. Discussion.
I have a question about outplaced services specifically. I know it will be under the ed fund. And again, thank you very much, Dr. Brown, for the time you spent with me, I guess, before last month's meeting to go through what every one of the ed funds were. I have some questions and Dr. Weisman provided information about about the budget item. I didn't know if that was last year or this year. That was a figure for those 46 students at about $3.1 million.
That was last year.
That last year.
That was actual spending.
Okay, and so I'm trying to, what is the budgeted amount for,
2.85 million for this year.
and how much of that, because I think I must have phrased my question incorrectly, and I apologize, I knew I don't know the right subtle ways to ask the question. Apparently there's a portion of that that's reimbursed. And I'm trying to determine, I'm just trying to figure the raw dollar amount, because that's a lot of money for 46 kids, right? And of course, we want those kids to be receiving a very robust education, but that's about $67,000 a kid at last year's numbers.
Right, so that doesn't actually go through that line item. That's actually revenue that's reimbursed from the state. And the reimbursement from the state would be, if you just look kind of the general budget figures, not the ISB form, but that other one that I have been included every month. If you look on the revenue side under state funding, the line item right under the base funding allocation has amounts for special education of 1.45 million. Within that is reimbursement for, what they commonly refer to as like X fund students, which are, exceptionally expensive students. I can't tell you off the top of the head exactly what we're going to get, because it's really dependent on the actual enrollment, how many days the student actually attends there. So on any given year, we probably want to receive maybe a couple $100,000 a year in reimbursements for those up and above type students.
So of the $3.1 million we spent last year, approximately, not looking at, we might have gotten $200,000-300,000 back in that. So we're still spending upwards of 2.8 to 2.9 million. I don't know when the appropriate time is for those conversations, and I don't think it's now. So I'm just asking because it's a budgetary item to talk about that in greater detail, because that's a staggeringly high amount of money. And again, I have profoundly disabled children, so I'm not saying I don't want children to be educated. This has nothing to do with that.
Sure.
But that is, that's roughly 3 times the amount of, the per student, cost. So when is the time it's not now, I know. I'm just looking for some guidance. It doesn't even have to be during the meeting, but I guess I would look for follow-up from someone about when's the appropriate time to unpack that a little further.
So, the IEP team really determined the placement of students.
I get it.
So,
Yeah.
really the estimates that I come up with are based on those student placement decisions and things like that. I guess I'm not really sure what you want to know.
Well, I'm just thinking more, and I get it, this is not a per kid decision. I'm thinking more is there any programming that we could evaluate looking at it? And that's why I say this is not the time. I'm just looking for, we can follow up about it later. Is there programming we could bring in district where we could bring some of those dollars back in district and keeping those kids here, thereby reducing our outplaced, again, the IEP teams ultimately make the decision. I get that. But are there gaps in the programming we have available that make it impossible for us to provide the services for students that's requiring at a rate of, 3 times the amount? And again, that's not the conversation for now. So if someone could just follow up.
No, I guess I do want to just talk about it a little bit, because it is germane, and you guys need to understand, this part of it is, when you look back probably 3 or 4 years ago, we probably had closer to 75 or 80 students that were outplaced. So we have done an exceptional job of actually getting kids back into the district where we were able to provide those services. It's just the ones that we have outplaced right now, to be very honest with you, are ones that are really, really high. So, that really drives it, is those specific placements to specific facilities. And we may only have one student at one facility, but the cost for that one student could be in excess of $250,000 a year for one student. So those are the kinds of things that kind of come into play, when we're budgeting for these kinds of things. And so, you can't just kind of do a blanket when we got 46 kids and it's $70,000. We could have, a bunch of them, maybe 20 or 30, but then a couple that are like way off, that kind of like throw off the averages and whatnot. So, I would say we've done a really deep dive look on bringing students back where we felt like we could support them most of the students that are outplaced now are ones that we really don't feel like we can cost effectively, students back in. Also, the rates that are charged by the outplaced facilities are set by the state. It's not like the private facility is to determine how much they want to charge. They actually have to go through a process with the Illinois State Board of Education to have their rates certified, and those are the rates that we pay. So,
Yeah, my question is not an indictment of the district. It's not an indication that I don't think we've done a robust job of trying to keep students in the district when necessary. My question is just only and specifically, thanks for clarifying, that we have had higher numbers than that and that there's been some additional programming. I'll do some retroactive research on my own to kind of determine and evaluate, how all that's happened. And I appreciate very much that you've indicated that. And it just is, I think it's big picture. It's a lot of money and I'm just trying to understand.
yeah, no, absolutely. One program that we did look at bringing back several years ago was some students that we sent to Rockford for, some hearing services that we are able to offer. And we were seriously considering that when we had some students that qualified for that program. And I think we're down to 2 or 3 right now. It just doesn't make sense for us to ramp up the program with only 2 or 3 students, and Rockford provides it more economically. So, we are evaluating that on an annual basis, and I do challenge those guys to look for as many students back as we can support, because this is a high cost item that you recognize. And, so when we can do it, we certainly look at them.
Is that something that curriculum committee could get some conversation about? Just throwing out some
Yeah, and thank you. I don't, I'll do some research and then I'll follow up with you, Matt, if I can't.
And we'll do it through the budget process too. There's some specific things.
No, nothing specific. I just want to, that's fine. Ooh, got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you clarifying year over year.
Any other discussion? I'd like to say, Dr. Brown, you have done a stellar job yet again this year, preparing the budget, and especially in response to COVID last year. That really kind of throws a monkey wrench, I think, in budget preparations. So thank you. Roll call, please.
Mr. Zicker,
Yes.
Ms. Mayville. Aye. Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mrs. Hope.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Nemick.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Do I have a motion to approve the district improvement plan and goals as presented?
Second.
Member Mayville made the motion and Member Herrera seconded the motion to approve the district improvement plan and goals as presented. Discussion?
So I think everybody has sort of packet here. Just take a couple seconds to go through. The first page is a copy of the district scorecard. We present these on an annual basis to the board as our district improvement plan. On page 2, we kind of outline the similarities between the strategic planning process and our scorecard process. Yeah, 5 years ago, 5.5 years ago, the board approved the strategic plan. It had 5 pillars. Students, people, community, quality, and resources that each had a goal statement. They also have indicators to measure progress and strategies, overarching strategies that the strategic plan team recommended we adopt. The district, meaning myself and our team here, as well as schools, go through what we call a scorecarding process. And they end up with a scorecard like the one that you have in front of you for the district. The scorecard also has 5 pillars. It also has the same goal statement. And they include what we call targets on page 2. Targets are different because they from the strategic plan because they have an annual end goal for the year. And they include specific strategies that are going to be implemented at each school. So we asked them to go through and align their school improvement plan and district improvement plan to the strategic plan. On page 3, you'll see this improvement cycle that we try to go through every year We're right now in the April to October portion of the meeting, which is where we develop and present scorecards to the school board, using the district scorecard. And next month, we'll bring school scorecards. And then in February and in June, we report progress to the school board. And maybe Dave can kind of talk through. the next step.
Sure, so the report that we provided the last handful of years, there's a sample of what we use to share where we're at, our status. So green means we're on track or we accomplished that goal. Yellow means that we need to make some adjustments. So we're not where we want to be, but with some adjustments, we should be able to get there. And red is really there's an area of concern, we need some significant adjustments. Then we provide a brief synopsis for each of the targets that we've set of what the progress is that we've made during that time period, whether it's fall, winter, or spring. In addition to that, on your handout, page 5, we do have key metrics, indicators that we track. Some of these are long-term indicators, some are the short-term indicators that we've adopted just for that year of the scorecarding. Again, they're aligning back to the pillar and the goals that we've established in the strategic plan. Starting on page 6, you have several pages of the document. All this is also available on the website that we published last year that defines what each of these short-term metrics and long-term metrics are. So there's a list of the long-term metrics that's provided on page 6. You can flip a page to any of the others that will give you the same feel of what this provides is it defines how that measure is determined. So literally how is it calculated is the first item that's included in that report. After that, an explanation about why that is an important metric to us, what it means to us, an explanation of what benchmark we're using. So what are we measuring ourselves against as it pertains to that growth measure? And then there's the actual data that's provided graphically in this report. So that's what you'll find in the next several pages up to page 15. Again, all those are also available on the website. So we provide that 3 times a year, an update of what our status is on those targets that Dr. Weisman explained. And then the last part of our report is where we dig into a particular strategy. So we give you an update on what our targets are, our progress is to date on those. And then we give an update on strategies. We will identify if we've changed the strategy or if we've finished working on a strategy, we've added new strategies. And then in addition to that, we dig deep into a handful of strategies to give the board, we get into really nuts and bolts of how we're implementing a particular strategy, just to give some opportunity for the board to get deep into that topic and engage in some Q&A.
So the scorecard is the district goal for the year, and then that's what we're presenting for approval tonight. And the process that they walk through is how we report progress, improvements throughout the year to us, or how we've done it in the past. We can do it differently before that's how we've done it in the past.
Dr. Weisman, if I could add to a step that's not in here is, right, as we're preparing for each of those reports to you, we're doing a similar interaction with our principals and their school teams where they're looking at their scorecard, evaluating what progress they've made, and then really they're comparing notes across the school district, looking at how each of us are approaching those targets and what success we're having, what struggles we're having, and that informs the presentation we provide to the school board.
In comparing the district scorecard for 2020, 2021, so the year that we just finished out, that's on the website currently. There were some targets that were not met on there. How do those that were not met filter into the ones that are on the 21-22 scorecard? For example, like the first one indicates that, we met that, so we've now increased the percentage, it looks like, so that one stayed the same. The second one being students approach proficiency for all prioritized standards in each grade level and in each subject. That one I think has changed, so could you speak to trying to keep track of something, because I'm just looking at, you had indicated long-term key indicators. In looking at the last 5 years, if we don't meet a goal, but yet we don't continue on with that goal, and do a different goal, now we're starting from a new benchmark because we're not comparing apples to apples. So I guess that's my question is like, we're creating new goals even though we haven't met the previous ones, instead of sticking with the previous ones, maybe tweaking them possibly just a little bit. But in comparison to C, you know, the board is responsible for monitoring progress of student achievement and, you know, monitoring that progress and accountability. But yet we don't have apples to apples from year to year to compare.
Generally, the way we approach targets is they are annual, and we set those in order to reach kind of a long-term measure. So overall, we want graduation to increase. Overall, we want students to meet expected growth. And sometimes the target will be the same. One-year target might be the same as a long-term measure, but sometimes they're in support of. So depending on what the target is, some of them we do regardless of if we meet the goal or not. After working with a target for a year internally, we determine if that target, does it allow us to have the conversations that we want to have? Does it focus our energy in the right areas? And if it does, we'll probably keep the target internally, but maybe play with the numbers depending on what the performance was last year. So I think you mentioned student SEL self-assessment is something like that for a couple of years now. Students approaching proficiency is something that was new last year. We generally kept the same idea, but changed the numbers on that because last year was the first time we did that. Employee engagement is something that we've kept year over year. Parent satisfaction is something we've kept year over year. So if something is allowing us to have the types of conversations, then we'll keep it and play with the numbers. If it's been hard to have improvement conversations around a given target, we might change that. Is there one, maybe we can help, is there one last year that we don't have?
Well, for example, the secondary students receiving EL and special education, whether it be secondary or all students, services will improve from 68% on track rate to 75%. And the final percentage in spring was 59.9%. Then there is not anything necessarily that I see
Right,
here
right.
Unless it was melded into something as a different target.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So that's an example. We do have a similar, we have just a general high school on track rate. So we did tweak kind of the way that we're approaching that. Last year we called out that specific group. So we're just looking at overall.
I share Allison's concerns, I'm gonna be honest, because it just, I don't know, from year to year, I went back and looked. And it just seems that many seem to change with substantially. And again, it could be that I just haven't done enough research yet to find the final update that was mentioned that is available, but it seems like if we have not met a goal to the robust degree, to the maximum degree we are capable of making, you know, progress as a district, i.e. that just say decrease chronic absenteeism from 11.5 to, you know, 9.5. Okay, we met that. Do we believe that that's the best we can do? And I'm not asking to answer that question specifically, but if not, then why would that not come forward into the next year? And we would say, okay, well, now we've gotten it to that point. Some of them do, but some of them seem to just drop away and not have any continued focus and not sure why we start over so frequently, or it appears that we start over so frequently. But, you know, kind of new, I would call them goals, but that's the wrong word. I think targets.
I guess I would say twofold. One, I thought I remember this one. It's good for me. I'm learning. But I look at it twofold, two factors for me is that one, the one I remember that stuck out from the last time, because it was a big deal for me, was the one that I remember whenever it was the last time when you guys presented, was the 41% of prioritized standards and 100% was the goal. I honestly could care less, I don't know, I could care less about the 41%, because that's not true. The 41% didn't bother me. What I would have wanted to have seen was an analysis of why we got 41% when we thought we were gonna get 100, and what we were gonna do to improve upon that. The other problem I have with this is so I'm not a Johnny come lately on this. I've talked at many board meetings in the past about the difference between qualitative goals, qualitative information, and quantitative. If you look at this scorecard, 4 out of 9 are surveys, which is qualitative, basically qualitative information. I could make an argument over half of them, but in theory, in my mind, over half of them are survey things that I'm fine with using that as one element of looking at stuff, but I think it's, Terry Engler talked about spec ed. You need more than one element. You look at multiple factors as you look at that stuff, not just one. We're looking at the social emotional well-being of our kids. One survey where they didn't do any differently, they actually did a little better remote than they were in person, may have reflected what reality is, but it gives you pause to think how much fidelity was with that. That's our main, one of our main ones. And the other two are, just as examples of the employee engagement one, we're talking about hundreds of percents. I mean, I'm looking at, in reality, we went from 4.15, our goals go up to 4.2, and the other one was a couple hundredths of a percent. I'm fine with us doing better. I understand that part. And some we actually haven't in the past, we haven't done as well by a little. But my main emphasis is what we do with the information. If we got a 4, we got a 4.15, we got 3.9. What would we have done differently anyway? And what was our plan based on the results of all that stuff? That's what I'm looking more toward. Like I said, like the ones like the high school on track rate. I think that's I like that because it gives there's an actual way to look at there, and looking at personally the high school on track rate for me. It would be wonderful proficiency-based instruction solve all those problems. I'm not sure having done this a long time, I'm not sure that's reality. I mean, I think there's a lot of other factors that have to go into it besides just that, I hope. Because if it was that easy, everybody would do it. And they would show great improvement. And I don't think that's necessarily true. So that's just some of the issues I have with it is looking at it. And like I said, I don't want to say this is a big surprise. I've been saying these things for 5 years now.
Yeah, I agree. Employee engagement should be taken on its own. So the way that we've done in the past, that we can definitely alter moving forward. I think this conversation is because we don't want to set goals or targets and report back on things that aren't useful to you information board as a board, or that you think are not the most important things. So we would say that the employee engagement score is we go through that process, set the target, and then connect that to some strategies because we want to improve our teacher retention. Teacher retention is a long-term measure. It was identified during the strategic planning process as an important long-term indicator or measure. And so we set an annual target on something that we can have we have control over the employee engagement survey. We get feedback, we can respond to it multiple times a year. The school does have a low employee engagement score. They're able to make some changes during the year and then implement those changes and re-score themselves and do another survey. But long-term, I agree, long-term goal isn't the employee engagement score. The employee engagement is one of the things that we do to help us improve our overall teacher retention.
But when we put them forward as the, plan, it looks, that's how it reads. It reads like those are the goal, get the survey done and improve by 0.5 tenth of a percent. So I have a question on the community. Submit an implementation review of policy 7 to 10, equal education opportunities to the Board of Education. that just another word for an equity?
It's the equity audit, which we've gone over like 3 or 4 or 5 times. And we've gone over what we wanted done, and we all agree on it, and it was brought back to us with more information. But it's the same thing, and it keeps showing up in a different setting for everyone.
Yeah, so this is a project that we would do if you don't want me to do it.
But we've already gone over it multiple times,
Right.
right? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So you haven't told me not to do it. So I'm bringing you a framework that we would use to self-assess instead of, I think previously what we talked about is bringing a third party. At this point in the year, I don't think it's worthwhile to bring in a third party. I think one of the things we talked about is the possibility of maybe doing some pre-work before we pay somebody to come in. So this would allow us to do some pre-work. And it's focused on a policy review that already exists. So if you don't want me to do anything with equity or any type of review, you can tell me not to do that. What I feel like I had instruction from in the past was to not bring a third party in to do an equity audit on a contract unless you have ample time to review the contract and find out from that third party some time to talk with them.
Do you feel there's a problem with the policy we have regarding this?
What I would be measuring there is whether or not and to what degree we're implementing that policy. So but I generally do believe that as a school district, we need to have more conversations about equity and how our students are impacted by our system, our education system. So whether you call it an equity audit,
But the responsibility for implementing the policies, your staffs, right?
correct, yeah.
Okay. But you're saying there's not a problem with the policies that exist.
Policy can exist without it being implemented well. I think it's what Dr. Wiesman wants to look to see whether there's a disconnect between the policy, the goal, and whether the district is implementing that policy to meet the goal of equity.
To me, it seems like we keep coming back and renaming the same thing.
This is
Well,
the first time I've renamed anything. I don't think I've renamed anything.
do we have a
Probably 5
disparity?
times.
Do we have a disparity in achievement based on socioeconomics
Yes.
in our district? Do we have a disparity in achievement based on English language learners and native language English speakers?
Yes.
Do we have a disparity in our district based on disability status?
Yes.
Do we have
And
a
is that-
do we have a disparity in our district based on race?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do an audit and figure out where the disparities are and how we can address them, because I assume our policy is to provide a quality education to all.
I agree, I would 100% agree with that. I just think that looking at it from a practical point of view, I hope we're doing all these things now, really, I really truly do. For a lot of reasons. But I also think that if we thought we were remiss in doing these things before, why didn't we do anything before them?
Okay,
Why are we just talking about it now? I
we're
mean,
not just talking about it now.
Yeah, we've been
Mr.
talking about
Hoover
it
said
for
we've been
years.
talking about it for a long time, so
No,
let's
the audit
do
itself.
something.
I mean, a lot of itself.
This
Yeah.
isn't an audit, this is Dr. Wiesman internally
Right, so he's-
assessing where we are and what we can go forward. What's the problem with that?
I think the problem is, if we really recognize these as problems, why aren't we doing anything about it now? It's in policy already.
Let's go,
right?
let's go,
I mean, why
let's
are we-
direct him
I
to do
can't-
it.
I'll be candid with you. Why do we need to direct them to do it? It's policy. We should be doing it all along.
Well, Mr. Booker apparently has a problem with directing him to do it,
I
so
know
let's
the
have
policy
a
is there.
conversation.
Policy directs them to do
I have a feeling these issues before
Okay,
previous.
Okay, so what is the problem? What are we talking about here? Yeah, it appears we all would like all of our students to achieve without, disparity based on race, socioeconomic circumstance, English language learning, disability. Good,
And I
let's
appreciate
do
that's
it.
absolutely true. I've never heard it said succinctly like that in my time. I'm sure it's come up many times before, but I think that's data I'd love to see. You were able to answer in the affirmative with each and every one of those. Do we have in
Yeah,
each of
we
those?
see it every year. We
I-
ask the question.
I appreciate that. I just like, please just point me in the direction of where I would see what those percentage of discrepancies are, because I'd love to do
It's
some
on the website.
some research on that and have the information, and I'm happy to do that, so.
It's on the district website.
I just think that I agree with Matt. If these are known issues and we say, okay, it's identified in the district and it's known issues, then surely we're already doing this, right? Surely we're already doing an analysis of how this would be implemented in the district, or how these would, how we would be working on the implementation of the policy is already occurring. And would we therefore need to take up real estate on the goals are there? I don't, I'm just saying, I think you acknowledge that they all exist, so clearly you're
These,
like they're.
these same deficiencies probably exist in other districts. How do we compare to other districts to know that we're not doing, we might be doing a really good job of this, even though there's still a deficiency, right?
It's on the website, scorecard, shows how we compare it to the state.
No, but the question here is equal educational opportunities, policy 710 is the question here. And it's that the opportunities shall be available for all students, not necessarily how our students are doing when those are available to them, is are we making them available to all students? Not that there's a discrepancy socioeconomically because we're not making it available to all students. Maybe that discrepancy is because it is available to students, but they are not performing at the level that we would expect them to perform at.
So is there a problem with this being on the district scorecard?
I think in regards to having having the implementation review of a specific policy, when that policy says that educational and extracurricular opportunities shall be available for all students, is where is it not, if we already know that information, then that is the review of that policy. So we already know that information, so the policy review wouldn't be necessary. So right now, the target is indicated as an implementation review of policy 710. And 710 is that equal educational and extracurricular opportunities shall be available to all students without regard to color, race, nationality, religion, sex, sexual orientation, ancestry, age, physical and mental disability, gender identity, status of being homeless, immigration status, or protection status. It continues on. So if we can answer the question of, do we have a discrepancy? Is that discrepancy that we're not making it available to all students? Because if we can already answer that question, then we have already done the review of this policy.
I don't know, like as we sit here, Dr. Leachman, can you tell me whether or not there's a discrepancy in similarly situated children as to what their placement is going from elementary school to middle school for math and for accelerated language arts? I've never seen that we've done that sort of analysis, which I think does lead to sort of a tracking going forward. So that would be one example that I, not an educator in this district, come up off the top of my head, where we might want internal review to see if what we're doing is adequately addressing the policy.
I don't think that all the review like that we've done systemically. I do think the complexity of this is that if we do find the data does say that a group of students is not successful as another group of students. If we really believe the opportunities are the same, I think the question then is, why is the outcome different? And so I think that word opportunity probably has a lot in it. So opportunity is simply that all courses are available to all students, regardless of race, color, nationality, religion, sex, sexual orientation, just having a class available. You could argue that that's not necessarily true because there are prerequisites for classes. You could argue that generally every class is available, but I don't know if a conflict say that the learning opportunity is equal just because they're the same list of classes. I don't know if opportunity is as simple as.
How is it not?
So is there, what are we doing with this?
I agree. I mean, I'll go over this again, is that the scorecard here has a lot of things in here that are surveys. I mean, and when you keep the word scorecard, like, use that as an example. Number one, I'm not against doing that, by the way. I'm against having it on the scorecard because I don't think there's anything to score. I mean, you do this, you look at it and you don't look at it. I mean, it's A or B. It's not like a 1, 2, 3, 4 and approaching you to get it right or whatever. But I'm still going back to the fact that it's a policy. Why do we need to have it on the scorecard? We should be doing that anyway. I mean, this should be something, I mean, if it's really true that we're really deficient on that, we shouldn't need the board to have to put that on the scorecard. And doing that, to be doing right by kids. We should have been doing that a long time ago. I hope.
Well, there seemed to be a differing opinion on that. I mean, what I'm hearing here is that if the classes are out there and available for everyone to take, we've done our job. We're meeting that policy.
Nobody said that. Nobody, and no one said that, so that word.
Well, what did you mean by your list?
I said, we have a policy in place,
Mhm.
and if we're adhering to that policy,
Mhm.
then we should be doing well. This is like you said, this should be addressed already when we have a policy in place for this.
Okay, we're starting from now. Okay, we're starting from now. Going forward, is it useful to assess whether we are making educational opportunities available on an equal basis to our students?
I hope we've been doing that all along. I hope.
Okay.
We hope, but how do we?
Oh my God, starting now, starting
But
now.
it shouldn't be on the
So-
score.
okay,
I'll let
okay,
it
so-
go, but we've had all these years, the kids have gone to school, including mine. And now all of a sudden, we're worried about whether they're getting equal opportunities or not. I hope we've been worried about that for a long period of time. And I agree, we need to look at those, and we should be cognizant of that because they all deserve it. Every single kid, every single one, no matter what.
Mhm.
I'm just arguing that, not even arguing, just pointing out that I don't think that's a scorecard kind of thing anyway, for one. Two, I hope there's no reason, I'd love to know why we haven't been doing that before then.
So I think an example of where we just tried to do a little bit better last year was we realized, after last year was a tumultuous summer in terms of race and discussions of race in the country. So as a superintendent, when that was happening, I sat down, well, actually it was a video. I invited all of our Black employees to talk with me because I wanted to find out how this was impacting them. And I asked them, what could we do better? I didn't, it was just, what could we do better? And they said, you don't require all of your staff to do implicit bias training. You should do that with your staff. That would be meaningful for us. And it would be meaningful for lots of other people. So we did that in an effort to do a little bit better. And then at some point during last year, I don't remember who it was, but somebody on the board said, is there something that we could do to also contribute to this effort to do better? And we said, well, how about when we get through the training, we come back with a couple ideas. So we came back with a couple ideas in February. And we said, our staff has gone through all this training because we realized that we need to do better. Two things that you could do as a board are you could participate in the same training and we could do some type of equity audit to just look overall as a district, how can we do better? I don't know if I don't think we're at any time saying we're not doing this. I think the idea of putting something on the scorecard is that it prioritizes our efforts and prioritizes our resources. This is, talking about equity is difficult. We don't necessarily do as good as we could talking about equity as a school district. So we had placed on the scorecard that would emphasize as a board that you would like us to do better.
I see absolutely no downfall to it. I think every school gets their shit too. There's my.
And I'll just echo what Dr. Eason just said, in terms of how could we do better, right? Now, some, on that, how do we do better? And so,
But I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Herrera, because you know what? 5 years I've been going on about how come we don't use data to look at math? And how come we haven't looked at the ELA scores? How come we haven't looked at why we got 41%? And that seems to have fallen on deaf ears for quite a long time. So I agree with you on the fact of quantitative data. I absolutely do. But for somebody who's got up here and talked about that many, many times in front of you guys, not maybe you in particular, but have been at least a couple times, we haven't seemed too interested in that before. And now all of a sudden, on this one, we are. That's my only issue, is that you look at this, I agree, I think it needs to be a combination of a lot of that stuff. But when over almost 50% of this is surveys, to me, and one of them is the HRS one, level one, we've been doing the HRS stuff for a long time. That's 6 years. That's the first step on out of 5. We're ready to move to personalized learning, and we're going to measure step 1 now after 5 years.
So do we want Dr. Weisman to completely scrap his district scorecard and come back next month with something? Maybe
that
you
what we
can meet
vote?
with Dr. Weisman and tell him what we've been doing wrong for the past 5 years. And next month he can bring something that we can approve.
So do we vote on this? Is that what we're doing?
There is a motion on the floor to approve the district improvement plan. Dr. Weisman, the approaching proficiency regard under students, would that be equal to a 2? So students would be at a 2 or better?
They're approaching proficiency.
Yes. Roll call, please.
Ms. Mayville. Aye. Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mrs. Howe. Mr. Zicker. Mr. Booker.
No.
Mrs. Wickham.
No.
Mrs. Reed Nemick.
No. Motion fails.
Would you like me to bring back that modified version?
Is this required by policy that we do this?
No.
Okay, then no, I don't. I mean, what, you're supposed to just keep
Why did we
guessing,
vote? Oh, I'm sorry.
guessing and what we'll approve, like, no.
Why did we vote on it tonight? Can I ask that question? Why did we vote on it tonight? If it wasn't required, so I don't know how, I'm just looking for how it came to this.
So there is policy that says, if applicable, we are supposed to submit a district improvement plan. Schools are supposed to submit school improvement plans. I think in most cases, the if applicable would mean that it's the state's requirement. Some years we have a school or multiple schools that it's required by the state. So we just have a system improvement method that we said, well, we're just gonna submit one every year. And I think approval also allows it. It's really hard in an organization if you don't know what the top level of the organization wants in terms of annual and long-term goals. So this is a way for, from the boardroom to the classroom, make sure everybody understands what the targets are for the upcoming year.
So it came to the board to vote because it always come to the board to vote on it. Is that?
And I need to know what you want us to work on this year.
Doesn't it say policy 6.15 requires that the school board approve it? Improvement plan?
That's what Dr. Weisman just said, if applicable, and he said in regards to that wording, more than likely it refers to, and Lisa, policy chair, may be able to give that additional information, but that it applies to state requirement. For example, when he had an improvement plan 2 years ago, last year,
Yeah.
last year. Title I, schools do yearly, those are just two examples.
So that had to be approved because the state requires.
We've just done all of them. I think probably as important policy though is that this is an opportunity for the board to give the district overall direction for the year. And so without approving or whether it's formal or informal, without giving us direction for the year, we don't know what he wants to work on, what those targets or strategies should be. It's some of it's symbolic, right? So if you as a board say, yes, this is definitely what we want you to work on, then I'm able to say to everybody, hey, top and bottom, we're all focused.
The only quick comment I have on that is that having seen a couple of emails that run out to staffs, they have said that the board has requested ELA and math information for other kind of standards every month. So that's already, in theory, would be known knowledge, because if it wasn't by somebody, they wouldn't have put it out last week. So I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think so. That's probably referring to, I think there's a couple of things going on there probably. Generally, we do have schools working on a draft of their improvement plans starting in the spring. So they have drafts of these, and generally, because they've been approved every year, we have them working on them. If they don't need to be approved, they're still working on them. The request for math and ELA data is probably more specific to ESSER conversations. I think I can say pretty clear direction on we can provide monitoring updates to the school board. I know one of the indicators that I provided in the ESSER update or the ESSER conversation was we could provide these types of things to the board on a monthly or multiple times a year basis, and we're ramping up to start doing that. So that's probably the ESSER monitoring and business worker. This wouldn't require us necessarily to do that.
In regards to resources and using resources to achieve the mission, vision, and goals, that has always been like a financial goal or an application to a financial goal. In regards to finances, whether it be finances for the year as the management of ESSER funding, appropriate management of ESSER funding, they're coming in within 10% of what was budgeted for ESSER, is would apply financially, to that area.
Yeah, so would you, I don't think Carla wanted us to bring back another draft. Would you like me to bring back another draft or come up with a different way to propose priorities for the year?
How much time did you spend on this?
I mean,
A lot?
yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, so how many people saw this and went to Dr. Weisman and said, this is terrible, this is not, I'm not gonna vote in favor of this. These are my problems with it, X, Y, and Z. I mean, come on, the time wasted while he guesses what he might get 4 people to approve is absurd. You guys can direct him to bring another one back and he can take another stab at it, but unbelievable. It's 9:30. Let's tell them what we want and move on.
So Dr. Weisman, in regards to this, it does not have to be voted on necessarily. But data in regards to being able to measure progress, the data from in regards to increasing percentages or, those areas can be measured. But it's very difficult to determine for the board to be able to measure progress when there's not a measure available. So for me, I would say in regards to, resources, a financial measure, meeting a financial measure. For me, the students, looking at the student targets, the student targets from last year that weren't met is what I would like to see.
I would concur. Just saying, if we thought we were at a maximum and we achieved the maximum potential we could in those areas from last year's goals, and there is no improving that, then that's a retired goal, in my opinion, right? Look, that's as good as we're gonna get, 9.5 or 10.8 on attendance, or some of those, the secondary, EL and special education, if that's it, then we report that as, look, we believe that we've moved the needle as far as we can, and we're gonna move forward with something different. Otherwise, I'm not, sure why we change it every year. Again, I don't have all the historical data. I think that.
Would you like me to not use perception surveys? We consider perception surveys to be quantitative. Because they're based, they also include qualitative elements, but we haven't included those on this quicker. But I can take out perception surveys. This is a good conversation, and helps me know what you want me to measure. Would you like me to take out the perception surveys and come up with a different?
The perception surveys, looking at the long-term goal of teacher retention. So what we're using there would measure the long-term goal of teacher retention, correct? Like what we have in that square. So employee engagement scores are exactly reflective of our teacher retention, or would allow us to reflect on teacher retention by how our scores go up or down.
That's the assumption that it would scores high or increasing. It will increase in retention. There are also things that we can measure throughout the year. What's really hard, if the end goal is teacher retention, we just haven't thought about it, like figuring out a way to measure multiple times throughout the year.
And using the engagement score is how you determine the progress of it.
That's how we've been determining progress in the past.
That is something that we do have longitudinal information for. So for me, even though it's a survey in regards to that, that's longitudinal, and we have 4 years. So we can look at what was our retention initially. This is what we use to measure our retention, and this is where we would expect our retention to be because our scores are this. So if it can point back to the long term, then it would work. In regards to community services, students, families, and community, making sure that we're meeting that. Our long-term goal in regards to community.
I think it's just the parent satisfaction score might be the might not be in there because I pulled the long-term long-term data, and it's probably the short-term data.
So, if our long-term key measure for community is relationship to community, parents, students, or, whatever our long-term is, if the parent satisfaction score measures that umbrella, then I would say then it's appropriate measuring. If we're hitting on all of those pillars, if we're hitting, or excuse me, all of the indications in the pillars, students, families, and community. I don't know what our long-term measure, or I don't know what our long-term goal is necessarily outside of excellent service for students.
Probably parent satisfaction score is the only measurable. And the reason I'm that is because they just pull the ones that long-term. We use that also as short-term.
So that is something that we do have, you know, longitudinal data from in regards to the parent satisfaction surveys that we've done in the past.
But there's not confidence in those scores. I don't want to get in a situation, I would like us to just like make sure that what I'm focused on is what you want me to focus on in the upcoming. I don't know how widely shared Matt's perspective is that this isn't the right thing to be doing.
I don't. It's not that I think it's the right thing to measure, I think it's the right thing to measure. But I was convinced of what we were doing with it, based on what the score was. I was convinced of what we were doing based on the scores we got, the difference it made one way or the other. I would be a little more looking at like the 0.05%. If we go from 415 to 420, what's that tell us? Other than, you know, maybe a handful of people at the most change their response over the year before. What are we going to do differently? What are we going to keep doing based on that? That's my own question. You know, and if we had another thing along with that, that would be one factor along with maybe one other one. I think that would be a little better too, if you had a couple of data points. That standing alone, just for 0.05%, to me is probably just a handful of people answering differently.
Okay, so if I added, if it wasn't by itself,
Yeah.
it's another type of retention or staff.
Yeah, well, I think that would be good. That helps.
Maybe the same for parent satisfaction score. Do you want me to bring back the
Last year's goal under community was develop a shared definition of equity that is inclusive of all forms of diversity in the 21-22 school year. Do we have that definition?
I do not think we.
So that's, to me,
So
that's
bringing that forward then,
is an excellent way to show continuity as well as to be a first step. If everyone understands what the shared definition of equity is, then to me, the natural next step is to say, look, we've identified it. We know what it is now. Where are we at in meeting the definition of that shared principle and philosophy surrounding what is equity?
So I do believe that we did the steps that we identified last year. We went through the implicit bias. We put together a handful of instructional resources. So what we decided last year was in order to make progress, at least the discussion was last year, in order to continue to make progress on shared definition of equity, we needed the board to go through a similar type of training, and we wanted to do some type of audit of our current practices. So that's why it's on here. It doesn't, we can take it off if that's what you want me to do. That is in an effort. I could move it, I could put develop a shared definition of equity and then move submit an implementation review over strategy. If that.
I would say if we didn't get to a shared definition, then that would be a goal that needs to come forward because that goal is the benchmark. So moving items forward that weren't met last year for a longitudinal assessment.
The reason that we have a modified quality goal target is because level 1 in HRS really has to do with safe, productive environment for staff and for students. And so we thought that as everybody had been out of school, or a lot of our students have been out of school for 18 months, at the time that we're starting this year, it would be healthy for us to go back and revisit foundational principles. We've always had an HRS, we've always had aspects of HRS in the school scorecards. So this was just a way for us to make sure that our school improvement teams were focused on some of those foundational elements of, hey, here's how teams work. Here's how adults need to work together. Here's how we make sure kids feel safe in the schools. It wasn't necessarily about that we were backtracking. It was just a recognition that it was pretty crazy last year. So let's refocus on basic foundational elements of improvement. I think in the past we've done work order tickets. The tech team, we've been doing that for a good number of years. And that might be an area where we're not sure how much more improvement we're going to get. And last year we also had a health safety check that was specific to COVID in the quality section. So I can go back to those. If that's the preference.
If they weren't met, regarding the tech work order that was met, that each time last year, it was met the year before, and it was met the year before that. So that one wouldn't be one necessarily because it's been met. So coming forward, maybe to increase.
Safety checks is something that we could definitely do this year. Yeah, I've got little notes on everything here, so that helps me.
Then would it need to be voted on next month? No, it could just be reported. Here's what we brought forward, or, brought forward from last time in regards to, these are the ones that we didn't meet last year, so we bring those forward. And then the ones that were met last year, bring forward something that's placed.
Yes, so whether you want as a board to approve it, you can, to your agenda, you cannot approve it. It's easier for me as a leader to know that I have board support for our goals. But if you're going to approve it, that would be helpful just for aligning the organization. But I think it would necessarily be required legally.
So we'll coming back for a vote, just like it was then this month, next month.
Yes.
Okay. We'll see it again next month and next month. Do I have a motion to approve the online 24/7 tutoring service agreement with Paper Education Company as presented? Seeing none, we will move on. Do I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with Belvedere Education Association regarding quarantine tutors as presented?
So moved.
Member Whitcup made a motion and Member Herrera seconded the motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with Belvedere Education Association regarding quarantine tutors as presented. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Ms. Mayville.
Aye.
Mrs. Hauk.
Aye.
Mr. Zicker.
Aye.
Mrs. Renemick.
Aye. Motion passes. 7-0. Do I have a motion to approve the revisions to existing Board of Education Policy 7:215 conditional probation, holding expulsion, recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Member Whitcup made a motion and Member Herrera seconded the motion to approve the revisions to existing Board of Education Policy 7:215 conditional probation and holding expulsion recommendation advance as presented. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mr. Zickert.
Aye.
Ms. Mayville.
No.
Mrs. Hauk.
Aye.
Mrs. Renemick.
Aye. Motion passes 6-1. The following discussion items will be coming up for further review and or possible action in the future. Background information has been provided and the board may ask questions and or request clarification at this time. Capital projects. Mr. Booker or Dr. Brown, do you have anything to offer in regards to capital projects and discussion?
I think the goal here is to try and get direction on what we can get going on plans for these projects. They still have to come back to the board for approval. But until we get a good set of plans for this work, we can't get anything other than just the engineers. So the ones that have jumped up on the priority list are tuck pointing work at Elder High School. And we believe that can be paid out of the Health Life Safety Fund. We do need to do some track resurfacing work at Central Middle School and North High School, and that could get paid out of the normal O&M cycle. The one thing that really popped up this year after we had this tough, hot, dry summer was how bad of shape a lot of our chillers are at our buildings. And so California's chiller is really on its last legs. The one at Boone County Center is not doing well. The one at Meehan is not doing well. And the one at Elder High School is not doing well. We would try to pay these through Health Life Safety, but Health Life Safety is an oddball when it gets to chillers. They actually don't like to approve an expenditure on Health Life Safety until they actually fail and can't stand the building. Well, if you're trying to get a chiller right now, they're about 16 weeks out. We'd be past the season. And so the reason that we think we may end up having to pay that O&M is because we don't think the car safety unless they, take it down from the next day. And we get them some cool ones. A couple of the other things that we put on there was some parking lot work at Bethlehem and also at North High School. Going back and looking at those parking lots again in the summer, we think we can wait on that if we had to. We'd like to do that work next year, and I think we'll have money to be able to do it. But if we needed to wait, that would be one we could wait. And then we had quite a bit of discussion about doing the HVAC work with some of that customer money. And the more that we have talked about it and contemplated that, we think that's probably a better use of the money, not to spend it on these improvements right now. Our systems are fine the way they are. This was just really an upgrade to existing systems, and we feel like we've got a lot of needs for the customer money. We really kind of dropped that. So really, this is to just get going on doing plans for the first floor for sure, and then we would like to go ahead and do the plans. So that's really interesting.
And the parking lot work is done at the end of the school year.
It would be done on the same, correct?
I'm just curious on the HVAC stuff. I know the HVAC improvement, that's everybody wants to do the hospital grade stuff now. That's the new thing with the COVID thing.
Yep.
I mean, I have absolutely nothing about this stuff, so I'm talking about something new now. Is that stuff actually, do you think that stuff actually works? It's not that they can do that.
I think it works, but I think some of the technology, to be perfectly honest with you, has probably gotten rushed to the marketplace in response to the current situation. When Boeing engineers have independently evaluated, some of these techniques that these people are putting in place, like the airline industry and things like that. And the Boeing engineers have kind of hit the pause button a little bit and said, we're not sure that we're going to upgrade our entire fleet, of Boeing airplanes to this technology. I think it's okay for us.
See, I just look at it as, and I'm, like I said, I look at it as if it's looking to keep kids in school. It really works. It seems like a good thing.
Yeah.
But there's doubts about whether the effectiveness of it is worthwhile or not. Then 600,000 or whatever. That's I didn't know.
Yeah, and the filtration systems that our units can handle, the filters that we put in are in line, and our HVAC units are perfectly adequate to catch things right now. And so that's actually what we're looking at doing now, is just upgrading the filters. We think that we can get very, very close to the same thing, with this technology. So that's kind of what we're looking at. And again, these have to come back to the final. This is what just.
So you just need a thumbs up
Thumbs
from
up.
us,
Yeah.
everybody. Okay. Moving on to property casualty liability insurance.
Yeah, this is one we need to. So we talked about this one a little bit at the business services committee. And realized that this is a bigger discussion. So, really what we're looking at here is trying to get a good strategy to go out to the market. And so, when we talked about it a little bit, the business services committee, we talked about a couple of things. A big scattergun approach where we just kind of like throw it out to whoever broker wants it. Do we really need to target maybe a couple brokers to get into the marketplace and get access to the kind of carriers that we need? Kind of what kind of a strategy do we want to go about in doing this? Because we're fearful if we just do the scattergun approach, what's going to happen is none of the carriers are going to take us seriously about moving with them. And that when we're looking to get a good indication of what we might see from, a first dollar carrier, come November, December, that we might not get a real honest number, that would lead us to believe that we can do better than the first dollar market. And so that's really what we're looking to do is it just gets more.
Well, you're right. I think that's a very valid point when you take that scattergun approach, because typically what will happen is multiple carriers, multiple agencies rather, will start to approach the same carriers and they will lock out other carriers from getting a rate. And so let's say this side of the table is all different agents and they're coming to this side of the table, all the same companies. The first one there might get a rate and the rest of everybody else might get, you can't right now. We're in negotiation with someone else for that. So you could end up really getting not a whole lot. I look at it from the perspective of being very grateful that it's coming up for discussion and that we evaluate whether or not we can do better. And that part of the way to do that is, as I see it, would be to open up a conversation and have some initial conversation with districts that are currently not with CLIC. Identifying someone saying, how did it work for you? What were your timelines? They may well say, "Ooh, you're behind," or they may say, "Oh, you're way too early." But if they are first dollar carrier, obtaining competitive quotes that are keeping them outside of the pool or outside of CLIC, that might be a good place to start to see what they're, and then maybe what they would consider to be some of their key takeaways for what caused them to land on the agency with whom they work, right? Because ultimately, the carriers are going to provide quotes based, so you're looking at having an agency relationship because we would be managing things differently than we would be in the, the consortium with a larger group. So those are a couple things I would have into that.
So do you guys have any recommendations on, obviously agencies are going to make a difference, right? Because some people are going to have school business. They're probably going to tend to be bigger type agencies or even directly going to people that maybe write a piece of the business themselves. So do you have recommendations of who we might start with there too?
I think you would probably, in regards to speaking with individuals or with school districts that are not in CLIC, is finding out who their agents are. You will probably find more than likely one or two agencies you'll hear.
Yeah.
That would be the best place to find the agency, to find an agency that does work with schools instead of just throwing a dart or the dartboard.
I think those non-CLIC districts are going to be a good conversation point to start.
Upcoming contract renewals and reports. Any questions in regards to the RVC running start agreement is coming up for review this year. School safety plans are being reviewed annually. Anybody have any questions on that? Okay. Moving on, administrative report, superintendent comments, Dr. Eastman.
So, I am confused, just a portion of my comments to ask for clarity around the tutoring contract. Since we didn't have discussion on it. We had talked about the tutoring contract and ESSER presentations that we gave to curriculum committee, business services, and the board general regular board meeting. I think the business services committee recommended it for a possible vote. But we need to discuss it. So is there a direction that I should take on this? This is ESSER funded strategy used to support students that are in quarantine, so they have access to a generalist instructor or tutor. We submitted the grant for it. If that was approved. There wasn't even a motion to discuss it today.
So are you asking for
Would you like me to,
input on why or?
what would you like my next steps to do? We can reallocate those dollars in the grant. We can look for another vendor. I can come back and make changes, ask them for changes to the contract.
So I don't know how I would necessarily say whether or not there's another vendor or not. The issues I had that led me to not, even know that I would vote no and therefore not make the motion to bring it forward were, there were a number of them. The first of which was that the quote that was attached is expired and had been for a couple of months, so I didn't know if they would still honor that pricing because it expired July 21st of 2020. It's budgeted at 7,500 kids at a per student rate per month. We don't have 7,500 kids in the district. It's a chat-based system, so you need to be able to independently type into a chat box, and we've got K2 kids included there. That are those kids going to be able to very independently manage that on their own? The contract itself indicated in that it was subject to California law, and how does that line up with what we would be looking, to do here? Did we have any sample testing? The online reviews that I read that were the tutors only, right? I didn't see parent reviews. But the online reviews for this particular company were that it was a good company to work for, but that it was oftentimes difficult because there were so many kids coming in looking for help that they couldn't get to them. So, and then lastly, we manage the consents. So we have to manage, we're responsible for that. We have to manage that, how much staff time does that take to input all the data that they need. They needed, names, addresses, and emails, student IDs, things like that were listed within the contract. And then lastly, on the remote learning, or not remote, sorry, wrong word. Anyway, quarantine, whatever we're calling it. We only have kids, according to the numbers that we got, of those rostered as being available. I think the number we got was 196, and 76 are keeping those appointments. So less than 50% of students are, engaging in that way, in that sort of, virtual tutorial sort of situation. So, there were some local school districts that, relatively local, state of Illinois, our region, but they're all very new at it as well, and they didn't seem to have any, I didn't call the districts, but they didn't have anything out there that was indicating they were having robust success. So.
And so what do you have request for my next steps? Move on to a different strategy or?
I would say, I also had the issue where it was kind of a chat-based, text-based, just for many reasons. And so if there's another vendor perhaps, just explore it. It does have some kind of direct engagement. of some sort, that would probably work best for our students. But yeah, that was my thing of mine.
I know also to, I had concern for the K2, even like up to K3 or K4, since it was chat-based, having a student having to articulate in writing what their question was, and then be able to understand the articulation back to them without somebody having to sit next to them, which kind of defeats part of the purpose of having tutoring availability. Was a big stumbling block for me in that. So looking for something that either is available for 6 through 12, and then we've got a different vendor or something else for the K5 population, since they have possibly different needs. And also what's working best for kids, or what do kids feel like works best for them. You know, sampling of kids will even use something like that. You know, I don't like to use my only child, or I don't like to use my kids as examples, but I asked my high schooler, what would you, if you had a question and you needed help and you weren't at school, what would you do? And the first answer was, I would email my teacher. Okay, what if you don't get that email? What if you don't get an email back and you need to complete the work? I would wait until the next day to ask my teacher, because they were the one that taught me, and that's the way, that's the way that I understand. So if somebody else taught me a different way, it would be more confusing than just waiting till the next day. So I'm not saying that all students are going to be able to articulate that for you or be able to answer something like that, but just polling kids to, find out, the kindergartners through fifth graders, do you like talking to a person, or, would you rather take a picture of what you did, send it to somebody and have them, whatever. And that's where you know. But because the kids are the ones that are going to have to use it. The parents are the ones that are going to have to feel that it's working, or that there's value add by using it. So.
My only question, and I don't know. Based on what was out there, why we picked this one? I mean, this may be the best thing out there. I don't know. I mean, there may be nothing better than, whether we have issues with this or not, it may be the best thing out there. I'm just curious why we picked this one. What did this have advantages over other ones we saw? It would have been what I would ask. So, I don't know the answer to that.
They did have a demo on the website, but it looked like it was obviously more district facing, the district personnel. Did we do the demo?
Yes, I did the demo with them and a couple other people on there. I also did a live demo on the call with them. We just went in and template for students.
So if the demo's available, I think that's a great, for whomever else, if you do decide to explore it, or let's say you go back and out of the cabinet decide we'd rather take the recommendation to the district to do something different with that money, then, obviously we have that conversation. If you didn't think there was another vendor.
So you would like me to look for another vendor for virtual tutoring?
I'd like to know how broadly we think it would be utilized necessarily before we necessarily have your staff spend a whole lot more time and the team spending time to figure out is, this is being paid for on a per pupil basis, per student per month. And if that cost goes up substantially, I mean, again, if 7,500 is nowhere near how many kids we have, especially if we take out the outsourced kids and we take out, early childhood and, so we got to get a tighter number of exactly what we would pay for if it was per student rate. But if you did decide to say, look, we believe there's enough utilization to make sense for us to explore another vendor, then, it might make sense to do that. But if you legitimately said, okay, there's a couple benchmarks we could take, only 50% of the kids who are eligible for even the 15 minutes of online teaching aren't availing themselves of it. And we have, the building levels at junior, or middle school and high school evaluate, ask kids, would you use it? And we get a, 40%. The cost goes up substantially if you're paying for every pupil and less than a third of them use it. Now you're not looking at $3.82 or whatever it was per kid per day. You're, at a multiplier substantially higher.
But so this is grant funded, right? So
Yep, ESSER three.
ESSER three funds that would pay for this. The end of the day, it's still a resource for our students that are at home, right, quarantined, tutoring. And I still think we should provide some resources for those students. So looking for another vendor, Dr. Weisman, I would be in favor of looking for another vendor. Okay. It would work better than just the text based and the chat based. There's some out there available, right? There isn't. Okay. But we have funds available through ESSER three.
Right. And are there local tutoring providers that could, be utilized as a resource? I don't know the answer to that question, but if we're looking at a tutorial-based approach, which we are there local tutoring vendors who would come in anywhere near budget that would give us any saturation of the students who might avail themselves of it that, would be a, maybe a video-based or even an in-person? I don't know. Do we, I don't know the answer to that, but finding a way to have it be money well spent.
I don't know. We did cursory reviews of some that were out there, but we did not interview any ones that were out there. Some of what we're trying to do is based on experiences. So when we generally thought of the idea and did a cursory review, there was one that seemed to fit the bill. Yeah, so we can see if any of the other ones are not text-based. Bring something back. So generally, my comments. Let's see, what else do I have here? So regarding opening day or the first day of school, I just wanted to give a shout out to what I would consider are often our unsung heroes. These are people that once the students get to school, they don't always realize how much work has been going in to get them ready for that. This would include, and I'm grateful for our custodians, the grounds crew, our maintenance crews, the bus drivers who learn the routes before the kids get on for the first time, our food service and our tech teams, who's ready for those kids to come back. And then obviously on day one, all the people that were ready, interacted with their kids throughout their first day, the teachers, the paraprofessionals, the office professionals, the secretaries, and our administrators. I do think that it was a wonderful first day to have all the kids back. We're grateful that they're back. And so that was in some ways also an emotional first day of school. I'm grateful for all of those people. Generally on the first day of school, our central office kind of splits up the schools and we go out and try to visit. Each of us try to go visit one, just be there when students are coming in. So there's another adult person there to help direct, comfort, guide, greet parents. Sometimes the parents are dropping them off. So we'll try to do that again this year. We have 6-day enrollment figures that are there. This is not necessarily the official submission of the fall housing report, which is what shows up from the state. But we haven't provided a 6-day report for a number of years. Let's see. Greg has a CASB accounting report on there. We're required to provide this every year. Or actually, our practice to provide that we provide this when we need it to. Just I'll see if there are any questions on any of the items. Number 5, it's just an annual report about salary compensation. Number 6, we might want to talk about. So I listed, I believe, what are the changes from last month. I would consider most of these minor changes. Generally, I feel like our staff are executing well, as we outlined. I think some hurdles that we've seen since we started. Some mentioned tonight. The support for at-home students has definitely been a hurdle. We did, back in July and August when we were looking at the plan, generally the status of the pandemic was in a different spot. We put almost all of our resources into in-person learning. The gentleman is accurate, and for most of what we're talking about is in-person learning. So we are providing some level of support to students that are at home. It is a very minimal amount of support, and that's frustrating for some families. Our thought when we chose the strategy was that we get the biggest bang for our buck from our employees when we allow them to focus on in-person students. That is frustrating. I think there's a frustration in the community around a desire from parents to get their kids back into school earlier. We have started implementing a 10-day early return process. There are other districts in other counties that are doing earlier returns. Student hasn't tested positive and is willing to test on a regular basis, so they might have a 7-day return or what's called a test return strategy. Students are tested on day 1, 3, and 5. So that option is available in our county. And I think because the state doesn't have a statewide approach, but tries to give guidance to local health departments to make decisions based on their local data, it can be frustrating for parents who see maybe a different county that is doing things differently. So that's been frustrating. I think another hurdle, my third hurdle, the amount of work that it's taken the administrators and nurses at the school level for paperwork required by the state, contact tracing, and just setting up tutoring support for students is pretty significant. Last year there was some contact tracing that we had to do, but because we didn't have all the students back and we were running a hybrid schedule, the amount of contact tracing was significantly less. So instead of having a think about a high school kid who tests positive, last year they might have had 3 classes that the administrators had to contact trace for, and now they've got 7 or 8. And so there's a lot more contact tracing that has to happen. There's a lot more reporting to the state now for each case, and state level reporting on close contacts, and adding the early return in is just another layer of complexity that staff need to track. So that's been a lot more work than we thought it was going to be, making us rethink some of the other things. Next steps for us are staff testing. Right now we have verified vaccination status for 55% of our staff. So we verified that 55% of our staff have been fully vaccinated. We're going to keep collecting that this week. I'm thinking it's not going to get higher than 65%. So we're going to have to look at our testing strategy. We were assuming that vaccination rate would be higher and staff would be able to test at the schools by just slipping in with just doing testing for students. But with that high number of staff that need we're looking at a central way to provide that testing. Staff can also get tested elsewhere and just bring us the results. And then we've talked about shield testing for a couple months now. we kind of wanted to wait and see how that was going in August. We did get, I think, the thumbs up from the board to go ahead and move forward with that. We got on that right away, and they gave us an October 1st start date. I'm very doubtful that that's actually going to happen. It doesn't look like that's happening across the state. I know North Boone has been on the list since late spring, early summer, and they still don't have, at least as of last week, they still don't have that testing. So I think that's probably good intentions from the state, but it's not likely to happen. A question I have for the board probably is in regards to drug testing. I followed up with the athletic directors. We did get students signing on the waivers that they would submit as the drug testing, but there's a lot going on. For our administrative team, the drug testing takes a significant amount of time from our athletic directors throughout the year. I believe the board policy and the approved administrative procedure says we will do it. But we would be open to not doing it this year. That direction. We didn't put anything about that in the back to school plan, it just didn't come across the minds. Other than that, I don't know if there are any guidance on drug testing or any other comments or questions on that reflection.
I know the request for the drug testing policy, when it was implemented a few years ago, came from the athletic director's request.
Yes.
Are the athletic directors the ones that are asking to pause this year?
They, I don't think they said they're just waiting on direction.
Where
So
does
the-
that direction normally come from?
I think it would come from me. So usually our office sets up and just make sure that they've got someone to come and do the testing every year. So I reached out to them just last week. And it does look like both of the athletic directors are saying that there's a lot going on in schools. Demands both on kids and the administrators. They would like to get back on schedule with the tests because they are worried about possible dependence on substances based on just an increased concern about mental health. So they both, as I'm reading this, it seems like they're both okay with putting it on hold, but don't want to just get rid of it altogether.
Well, the issue becomes we have a policy, right? So how do we, I mean, we have a policy that says that we do it. We also have a policy that says, or in that same policy, we developed a plan and all of those things. So if we were going to seek relief from the policy in order to be able to push pause on that, what's the proper way to go about that?
This policy is a non-press
Right.
policy though, so that we wouldn't be violating any
Right.
state statutes or anything in that regard. The board does have the right to suspend a policy when necessary.
Yeah, I think it's back in- I think you did it back in- And typically, when we do PHS back when I was in. I was at that time, we were about 400. Every time we did the bullet point number, obviously less time, or you could do it every other one. You want to still keep it in place, but not do it. I think in the past, I don't think we did it every month, I think we did like 7 or 8 during the year or something like that.
Yep, I think so.
Maybe this should be, I don't know, it's not that big a deal. Maybe 4, just decrease it, no, you're not. You count with both things, you still have the fear in there of doing it, but you don't tell them, you want to do it every other. I mean, I don't think the kids keep track of that.
I think the reason why it's 8 or 9 times is so that it's with enough regularity that we can't do it. That's fair.
The other thing is the policy doesn't specifically state that we will do this. It's just that we have a program to do this. And that each student and his or her parent have to consent to having them tested, but as long as they consented, they have felt their obligation.
Yes, that is true. So I think it matters. The policy say that the board has to approve the administrative admin procedure for it.
It just says the superintendent or designee shall develop procedures to implement this policy for board approval.
Okay. So when I think we reinstated that and the board wanted to approve the procedure. Similar to like the grading policy, probably they said, yep, you can put that together, bring that back to us. So
So in the
the
procedure,
procedure
does it say how many
does
times?
specify between 3 and 5 random testing days will occur between. So you would just have, I think you could just tell me, hey, pause on this, and if somebody had a problem with that in the future, we would just refer back to the minutes. Yeah, so I, yeah, I can do that. That could be a next step. Would you like to just get a formal request from them and let them decide whether it's worth it or not?
Yeah, because if it's 3 to 5 times is the procedure, is it possible to do it 3 times?
Sure.
Maybe if, I look at it and go, yeah, we could do it 3
Okay.
times. Now we don't have to touch it.
Okay, find out from them. That's the next step. And then probably the only one I comment on is the monthly S report. So we've got an update there for ESER 1. Greg, Greg and Megan, they did open ESER 1, right?
It was goofy because their system's not set up to track a grant past 2 fiscal years. And since they started it in March of 2020, the end of that first fiscal year was June 30th, 2020. And then the end of the second fiscal year was June 30th, 2021, even though it hadn't been 24 calendar months. So it dropped the grant out and we couldn't do any expenditure reporting after June 30th numbers. So now Megan and I are gonna have to go back and basically rewrite the grant. We're just gonna rewrite it the exact same way and just plot the same numbers and you guys see what the extra spending. Then they'll allow us to spend on the rest of the money.
And then thanks, Greg. And then I did include monthly measures. I reported the possibility that we could provide these. Some of them we already have data for. So if we've got data for at this point, they're on there. The number of items we'll have data for next month would increase. Probably specifically, we'll start as the semester goes on, we'll start to have a pulse on freshman on-track rate, proficiency levels. But if you would not like me, or if you'd like me to not collect this data right as regularly, go back from that. You mentioned some concern.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a concern. I'm fine with it, just, I think I think the teachers, some of the teachers are thinking they're overloaded right now.
Yeah.
And giving that data is, I mean, I think there's. What data we use, and how we access it, maybe an issue. I know there'd be another way to do it. I mean, the elementary teachers, I think it's more problematic for them than they become secondaries to do that time consuming.
Okay.
Whether that's true or not, I'm not. So I'm not judging. I'm just looking at it as that the success maker with the online evaluation system with some, at least a few changes in Canvas and empowered being different. I'm sorry. Empowered being different. Some of them are not looking at things in the brightest way. Like I said, I think the data's good. I'm not against collecting. It's taken credit for saying you should look at it. But I think it's just, sometimes you have to look at what's doable.
Are any of these handwritten data points where you have to actually sit down and tally, or are all of these things that can be pulled from recording systems that we have? Data trackers or whatever. we have.
See, the other.
Not all of them are all.
Yeah, and some of them were concerned that everybody's gonna pull the same data. You may use different point that each school may not be exactly reporting the same things. It's not like, they made it sound to me, like I said, I'm not trying to act like an expert, I'm not. But it wasn't, they didn't make it seem to me like it was, like, I'll just make this up, a common form of assessment that everybody's doing, Perry, Calvin, and stuff. Went to me and stuff.
Yes, that's true.
Then if you're reporting the results back on what that single common form of assessment was. So the tool used was the same for all five. And what was reported back, the same for all five. So I think they were. That was. I think the other part is they didn't think it was just a, they was describing, they didn't think it was just a quick. I'm done. Kind of thing. They thought it was going to require more.
Well, the ESER 3 plan
I don't
came out of
know.
the curriculum committee. Is it possible to go back to the committee and ask that they modify the amount of time or the frequency of reporting when we do that?
Yeah.
I'm just like, I mean, I'm just saying, if it's becoming oppressive to them to try and manage, then is it something, you know, a team of people were assembled and had input, and they might say, yeah, now we're in the trenches and we get it, and we want to say, we'll do it once a quarter, or I don't know. I mean, that's just the thought.
Trimester, is that?
We originally proposed a trimester, and then just through some of these meetings, it was the more frequent data was requested, which is what happened to change monthly, but trimester was the original plan that would make sense as
And that's
well.
easier for teachers, right? Because they're already.
They have to take the data, and it's a cut and paste, so either way, they could do it monthly, or they could do it on the trimester.
Some of that coming out of Master. Is it coming out of Master?
Correct, yep.
See, they can make it sound, I mean, I'm just, I'm not an elementary person. Not everybody may choose the same Master Connect things to put in there when they do it. You may
In the
not be
beginning.
comparing apples to apples.
Yeah,
So
in
to speak.
in the beginning, and then as the year progresses, then you have more data for the 10 prioritized standards.
So the object isn't to pile on more work for people that already have work, everybody that already has work on top of that. Is to monitor progress on a system that isn't gonna drown people. So quarterly, maybe, again, something that the people that, the teachers that are on the curriculum committee that they could bring back. Maybe quarterly is too often.
Right.
Would you like us to proceed with the month for the month of October, or would you like us to just student for October? Are you guys have a date set for? No?
So you get feedback then first.
Sure. Feel overwhelmed. So I don't think that's inappropriate.
I have a question regarding the return to school plan. I'm assuming that quarantine, education would fall into that, correct?
Yeah, that was one of the hurdles, is the amount of support we're providing.
So, Attorney Engler mentioned this evening, the executive order that came down on Friday.
and she said remote instruction is required for students that are being excluded or that, so it's not quarantine anymore, it's exclusion,
We're
okay?
probably gonna have to,
So
I haven't
how
actually read
will
it
that,
yet.
well, how will that affect what we're currently providing? Will that change what we're currently providing if they're saying that we have to provide remote instruction? Right? Or instruction? Remote instruction. And how, I guess, how quickly could we pivot to change?
Sure, so, I did think her bringing that up was, good perspective. When I had read the order, and I just briefly read it on Friday, what I thought it was more doing was changing that, we're required to keep kids out as opposed to, I think some school districts would take days of determining when they had to quarantine students. But what the governor put out takes some of the question away from the health departments, gives it to the schools, and says you have to exclude students regardless of, in some cases. So I'm still looking and trying to figure that out. My understanding at this point has been that, while it wasn't in the governor's mandate, the Illinois State Board of Education told us that we needed to be providing 5 hours of work for students at home in the same way that they would be providing those 5 hours of instruction here at the school. So that's what we've been doing. We've been asking teachers to send them work plans for the students to do, the lessons for the students to do, and they have the tutor that's available online for them every day for check-in. If the board would like us to pivot, pull some in-person resources out of the school and allocate them towards in-person or the remote learning, we can do that. We probably wouldn't on our own make any big changes without direction to do that.
So we right now don't have really remote other than the 15-minute tutoring. So,
We don't have synchronous learning opportunities. for
Okay.
students.
so all of our students are in-person students. Maybe with the exception of 1 or 2 that are remote or something like that. Because we
Correct.
don't have a remote option for them. So whether they're at home or whether they're in school, they still would be considered an in-person student because we don't have any other option. So to me, I consider those students at home, they're still in-person learners. They would be in their seat if we didn't send them home.
Yes, they would.
So to me, in-person learning resources apply to those students when they are being excluded or excluded, quarantined, isolated, excluded, whatever word is used, that they are still our in-person students and we are responsible for
Correct.
their education. So to say only focus on in-person students means that we would focus on all of them, whether they're at home on quarantine or in school.
Okay.
That's the way that I look at it.
Okay.
Since we don't have other options, every student that is enrolled is an in-person student this year.
That's true.
So I would like to see a more robust plan for students that are at home on quarantine. Because 15 minutes, while they may be allocated 15 minutes, they may not be using the 15 minutes. The tutors may be getting their 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes late into their session, so it's not really 15 minutes. And it doesn't provide a good continuous learning environment.
I would echo that. I have significant concerns about the increased frequency of emails we're getting from parents that are, and again, not talking about any individual students, but that it is symptomatic of there is no good answer here. There isn't, there's no good answer. Splitting the baby and having more service, more synchronous learning for the kids who are currently being required to learn from home depletes people who are killing themselves to try and manage with the kids in the classroom. And yet we have kids, like we have this dad who talked tonight about the fact that probably due to multiple quarantine situations, we know they're not getting an education at home right now. They're on their own. It just so happens that they're getting a 15-minute check-in to say, hey, how you doing? And that's just, I don't know, it's not enough. And yet it's all we can do. And I hear that and I get that. But how do we manage the fact that the numbers are going up every week? And that doesn't seem to be turning. The tide doesn't seem to be stemming yet, that we're not going to continue to see that number climb. And, when I had some conversation with you, Dr. Weisman, you said we're not requiring teachers to turn in lesson plans, and God knows I don't want to make them do that. But we don't even know if all of these kids at home are even getting 5 hours of material. Maybe it takes them 3. I'm not saying it has to take every minute of 5 hours, but we don't even know if we've got parents reporting there was nothing there. My student had nothing. I don't have anything yet. And, especially if we get into situations where we have multiple quarantines, these kids could go weeks, nothing. And then the secondly, we've had a single, and I've had a couple of calls as well, and just directed them, as I told you, back to the building level, to have conversations, but, finding a way to be sure that when kids are coming back that are IEP, that students who have IEPs, that we're finding a way to get to that place where we are either providing those services remote, which is probably very, very unrealistic, but that those minutes are being given, those services are getting made up when they come back. Because I don't, how are you gonna manage that? When they're in high level. We know now we have an obligation.
It is, there's no good answer. But I am willing to go back into drawing board.
And I know I'm just one voice, but I'm saying we had $288,000 that we were talking about spending. Again, I'm not saying we should do this, but $288,000 that we were talking about spending on online tutors that some students might use. I would be a proponent to say, let's use every real dollar we have to make sure that every currently enrolled student is getting as robust an education, even while at home. And I don't know what the answer is to that, and I'm not saying that, but I don't want to theoretically look at an online service that a kid might tap into on occasion over the next 6 months and say, we got 290 some kids at home, or 280 kids at home, or however many given week to week, and they're just on their own on an island. Even if all that did was say, let's give them 30 minutes a day and be sure that they have the lesson plan in hand and that the teacher goes, oh, I don't know, but it's not enough.
Any other
So,
discussion?
Go back to the drawing board.
well, I would echo kind of with. Yeah, I don't think it's enough. I think we need. Yeah, I think we just need some more structure. We talked a little bit about that earlier too. About the experience for the kids. In some, there's lesson plan or something. There's something a little bit more. And then maybe it is really up to some of the dollars. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what the resources would be logistically to accomplish that, but I guess revisit.
Yeah, I would say that's up to a revisit. If we have dollars sitting there for things that we want to do that we think are going to help, but then we have this group over here that we know needs help right now.
And it's growing
So-
every single.
So if our dollars need to be reallocated, then, let's make sure that we're providing what we need to provide right now.
And that's not an indication that any of those goals that sit out there are not important and that they weren't valuable when they were looked at, and all of those, that all the time and energy people spent to come up with those was not valuable. It absolutely was, but we find ourselves in a matter of saying, we can either continue to use a garden hose to put out a forest fire, or we can get more trucks and pump more water. And, you know, we've got kids that spent 18 months at home, or that for 18 months, or even when they were in buildings, receiving some sort of a altered education. And now we're creating another cycle of that for a building number every single week.
Would you like me to, kind of what do you think timeline is here? It does seem like there's a strong voice majority to revisit that and draw that up. Would you like us to put together a plan and start implementing that mid-October? Would you like us to bring a plan back to you for a review? The October board meeting?
I personally think October's too long.
I would say immediately start putting something together. If you want to update the board as to here's what we've done since last month, then that gets something together, because according to Attorney Engler, it sounds like that went into effect immediately. So on Friday, in regards to.
Well, and we left it open that modifications to the plan could be made at your discretion, and we're providing input. So I think that's a collective voice of saying, we value and respect the plan that was put in place, and we understand the critical need to pivot. And that absent even a vote for that in October, we're saying we sanction the idea that the directives are get more resources where they're needed.
I don't think I've got anything else in my head.
Okay, there is a list of potential agenda items for October, as well as upcoming district events. I point out the Principal Appreciation Week, October 18th through the 22nd, Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd to the 31st. And also American Education Week, November 15th through the 19th. At this time, the board will be going back into closed executive session to continue our discussions from earlier. There will be action to follow. Do I have a motion to go into closed executive session regarding section 2, heading C, exclusion sub number 1 of the Open Meetings Act to discuss the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, for dismissal of specific employees of the public body? Member Herrera made a motion and Member Zickert seconded the motion to go into executive session. Roll call, please.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Zickert.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mrs. Hauk. Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Ms. Mango.
No.
Mrs. Renemick.
Motion passes 6-1.
We take a break.
And doing all the evaluation. I work with kids in the morning, and I got it.
Too.
You walk out with me, I always witnessed, but we're not in parking lots this late. Okay, thank you.
Are you
I'll get my
moving,
stuff.
Alex? Okay.
Yeah, I will be too.
Okay.
Good night.
Okay.
I looked at all of them. If you need it back, I can give it back to you.
No, no, that's okay. I just want to make sure. we followed it all right.
Yep, yep.
Okay, does that work with the Google, like, does that work with Google Docs, and things like that, if it's in there, or does it only work with PDFs? And does it then provide a time date stamp for changes and things like that?
Like Adobe or DocuSign? Or is it just the ability to?
Neighbor sells house probably this Sunday, Greg.
What's that?
Neighbor sells house Sunday.
Primarily just digital.
Your neighbor sells house on Sunday.
No, I think he sold it last week, yeah.
Did he? Yeah, no, but it's on Sunday.
He only had to sign up for like 2 days and then the sign came down. So I'm sure that. they-
Yeah, I know, I saw that, because Nancy, and then I saw the open house sign on Sunday.
Yeah, no, there was a soul thing on it, I think, this morning, when I was reading.
I saw that, yes.
I didn't think that it fit there. He was asking me to, I'll be curious to see how much that's about.
340. 375. 375? Yeah, it's good for you. Yes.
Yeah, I.
Good you're looking at.
Yeah, yeah.
That was cool.
But then I think they were saying houses are selling.
That guy.
Yeah.
He did.
You know, kind of like.
See his trucks going there all the time. I don't know if that's what he does.
Like history.
Whatever. He did all that.
You're showing me, huh? You gotta find it out. Even if I,
He did dug up all
unless you're really just getting out of it.
Yeah.
Rent somewhere to have kids, so you really took care
He
of it.
really took care of it. I don't say that much. It's expensive.
You
My
know,
neighborhood
that was
operation
in
was
like.
Expensive. You have to prioritize.
Yeah, yeah.
Put them up
So you don't have to
List some of the
prioritize.
wheels.
Well, Russ, the guys that owned it before,
My neighbors.
You put,
Russ was a contractor.
Oh, I know.
you know, a lot more than asking price. That's.
This kid went to baseball.
You come in and at the asking price, you're not even, you're not even a consideration.
That's where he worked for hospitals.
He didn't do ton frame.
Supposedly, according to how
He did, yep, he traded it out. Yep, yep. Russ was in it. To build a house and ended up not, you know, and then, you know, his home wasn't good. You know, that, and, you know, that was too bad for Russ, and they lost the house and.
Instead of, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's nice. It's kind of a weird layout.
It's a weird layout. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
He had some nice stuff. I like that. Didn't think like. Me too.
I would probably.
Yeah, especially with all the stuff. Mike lived there. There's a lot of. I'd love to do the water. pump. I buried my tractor.
Okay.
I want to mow it for
I don't know
my
how
front
much
yard.
something like
I'm
that
mowing the
costs. I
thing.
know there's different ones.
I
There's-
sunk it in that forest. I go home and I call Jordan, bring the Jeep out, pull it out.
Yeah.
Like, okay. I'll ask my daughter's boyfriend. that Works for that
So we
Alpha
would,
Controls.
so I think after.
He got a job as an engineer there. I'm gonna ask him. whether
Which is
stuff like
fine.
that. I'm just curious.
But
about him.
To
Whether it's
have
organic
like that.
or not.
that
Yeah, I tell you, because I don't really know.
So.
The more, it seemed like the more we get ideas, and the more due diligence we did on it, the more we. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've read consumer reports, they think it's consumer reports is this question.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't, just because they do doesn't mean that it's always so. right?
No.
They're just doing me pause to look at.
I just got the other part was, you know, see some coming up, yeah, like stuff, it's kind of like, yeah, there's a better way to start, it's $100,000. And you know what, if you're not gonna do it right now, we'll figure it out.
No, I.
And you pick it off.
No, I just look at it, I look at it just for purely practical. You know, how I think things are gonna be as we progress on. It really works. Really work.
Is everybody there?
Right, it doesn't work.
Matt, did you take a break yet?
And that's what I was.
Okay.
He's gonna end up being away from work.
There can't be any.
And nobody's watching. Well, at least it looks like. Maybe they are and we don't know. They could be hiding themselves. All right, you're open.
It is now 12:50 a.m. on the 21st of September. And we are out of closed executive session. Roll call, please.
Mr. Booker.
Here.
Mr. Herrera.
Here.
Mrs. Hauk. Ms. Mayville. Mrs. Reed Nemeth.
Here.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Here.
Mr. Zicker.
Here.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve 9-month administrative contracts of 180 days for the following administrators, Andrew Miller and Andrew Nelson?
So moved.
Second.
Member Whitcomb made the motion and member Booker seconded the motion to approve the 9-month administrative contracts of 180 days for Andrew Miller and Andrew Nelson. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Zicker.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Nemeth.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the 10-month administrative contracts of 211 days for the following administrators? Beth Martini, Kelly Cotter, Teresa Lazowski, Frank Mandera, Bo Smith, Jenny Sikora, Chris Woloka, Heather Novak, Chris Nicholas, Noah Boudreau, Katie Hornbeck, Steve Repka, Linda Colson, Jessica Larson, Casey Getty, Julie Scott, Shannon Werzinski, and Michelle Eklund.
So moved.
Second.
Member Whitcomb made the motion and member Zickert seconded the motion to approve 10-month, 211-day contracts for the administrators listed. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mr. Zicker.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Nemeth.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the 11-month administrative contracts of 221 days for the following administrators? Ben Comer, Brett McPherson, Jody Flynn, Josh Sternquist, Matt Fry, Brian Swanson, and Sarah Brenner.
Second.
Member Zickert made the motion and member Booker seconded the motion to approve the 11-month administrative contracts of 221 days for the administrators listed. Roll call, please.
Mr. Zicker.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Nemeth.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the 12-month administrative contracts of 261 days for the following administrators? Bill 80, Joy Bauman, Nick Utenhoff, Dave Carson, Jim Friesma, Megan Johnson, Mike Lascola, Billy Lewis, Renee Maduano, Teresa Montalbano, Owen, Kim Ramsby, and Megan Zanaco.
So moved.
Second.
Member Zickert made the motion and member Whitcomb seconded the motion to approve 12-month administrative contracts at 261 days for the individuals named. Roll call, please.
Mr. Zickert.
Aye.
Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera.
Aye.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Nemeth.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the 12-month director contracts at 261 days for the following directors? Greg Brown, Tyler Bell.
So
Member Booker made the motion and member Zickert seconded the motion to approve 12-month director contracts at 261 days for the two directors named. Roll call, please.
Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mr. Zickert.
Aye.
Mr. Herrera. Mrs. Whitcomb.
Aye.
Mrs. Reed Nemek.
Aye. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Member Zickert made the motion and member Whitcomb sorry. Member Herrera made the motion and member Whitcomb.
Sure.
Did that right? No, Zickert?
I think you.
Aye.
Whitcomb seconded the motion to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Meeting adjourned on September 21st at 12:56 a.m.
Picking it up, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Since today is actually the end of the board meeting, can I make a time?
Oh, I'll be here at 6:30 if you want to come.
Oh, not gonna be back at 6:30, but I will be taking
We
my
go
kids to
upstairs.
school.
Upstairs at that rate. One more time. I think you better get in the car. Good night.
Good night, thank you.
Race to the top of the stairs.
I think you'd win this time. Wish you ran a race.
I don't think
First time in 5 years.
Did I get this?
Really? 5
I'm
years.
sorry if it's.
It's probably- yeah, like I said, it'll be-
Please let me know if you don't get it.
Okay.